Whoopsies. That was me. Testing, testing. Hello. Okay, there it is. Voila. Voila. Too much noise. Is it too loud? I'm like hesitant to listen to Ophelia at the moment. Flumgoon Vic, no. Okay, sick. All right. Welcome in, everyone. Oh, just some shuffling. Gotcha. Welcome to the story time stream. We have my entire stack of books for generally children. Um, they get more advanced as we go down the stack. I feel so. We have a couple of things here. I am planning to do actual story time for some of them. You know, actually reading the book to you all. But some of the others get a little bit long, so we won't read all of them. I did not in any way pre-plan this in terms of like any sort of order where it's like which one is the best, which one is the worst, but I will just kind of give general thoughts as we go through in terms of accuracy and entomological prowess. So, I did also say that I was going to do this over the weekend. And basically, right after I said that, there was something that I realized that I needed to wait for. Storebot, thank you. Thank you so much. There was another book that I learned about that I was really hoping was going to be here in time. There was a guy that I took a class with back in like 2018 on collections management. So basically, a class that teaches you how to do the job that I do now. Bird, thank you for the streak. Roach, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you. Ophelia, hydrate, okay. Maybe trigger warning, sad story, probably. A colleague of mine, we went to a class together back in 2018. That really, I think, very well set me up for what I'm doing now. And then in 2023, he came and took the beetle course that I was teaching down in southern Arizona. That's something that happens every 2 years, and I'm very honored to be one of the instructors for it. So it's a 10-day long intensive class in the field in southern Arizona where we basically teach you all of the beetle families of the world. So it's like pre-chat chats, but you're there all the time for 10 days. And so he came over with his advisor. Then we got to hang out again. It was great, great reconnecting, great seeing him again. Don't really know how to bridge it any better. But about a year ago now, he was murdered. Really, just like random. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Sam. I'm so sorry, Sam, that you walked in on that. Um, yeah, it was a random act of violence, and it was a real bummer, you know. Uh, anyway, I found out like Thursday night after I said that I was going to do the book stream over the weekend. Um, that his mom came out with a book called Kyle and His Beetle Hotel that sort of takes inspiration from my friend Kyle. And so I was hoping that it would be here in time for this because that's going to be a staple for the thing. It unfortunately did not arrive in time. It should be here this week though. So there is at least one book missing, and there was someone who was in stream last time that also recommended a book that I didn't have yet, but was also $30, and I wasn't going to spend that just for the kids book review section. So whenever that book does come in, I would like to go through it with you guys just to kind of round out the review of children's bug books, but I imagine that one's going to be like uh pretty pretty up there and pretty intense because it was written by the mother of an entomologist. So didn't mean to start off on such a bummer. um but yeah, so that's why we didn't do this weekend. I was hoping that it would be here in time and get delivered this weekend, but it looks like it'll probably show up tomorrow. So these are vaguely arranged, I think, in terms of like level. Starting off with some of the easier books and then getting to the children's bug books that were written by actual entomologists. So they're not like, some of them are fine, some of them are a little bit high level. And then we're going to end with my favorite children's bug book that I had as a kid. And I don't know that it really like, I don't know that it set me down any sort of path. I don't know if it was like the full inspiration for like doing what I do now. Um but I found it a couple years ago when I was like cleaning my room back at home, and I was like, wow, I did really really like this book, and now I'm a real entomologist. Like that's pretty fun. Um so I sent it off to the author. I got it signed, which I'm super happy about, but I'm still trying to track down the illustrator to potentially also sign this copy. So that is what we are going to end with, is like my favorite one that I had when I was a kid. The rest of these, some of them I had as a kid, some of them I didn't. None of these I don't think are my original copy of anything. I've picked these up over the years just because I think insects in children's media is interesting, and I kind of like the topic as as a professional, and I like to see how it goes. Inkpot, Wild Child, hello, hello, hello. So, the first the first 6 books are all by Eric Carle, and I'm sure you've seen at least the first one. Sally ate a slug. I don't know that one, Flumgoon. Eric, yes. So, I'm 100% sure you've at least seen this first one, but he did do a bunch of other insect books as well that I think get pretty obscure. Have y'all ever heard about the very clumsy click beetle? What do y'all know about the very clumsy click beetle? So like I said, the first 6 books are Eric Carle things. Birdologist Knows Ball. You have that. That's Where's the Grumpy Ladybug? It's Grouchy, actually, but it's right here. We're stacked up. We're stacked up on we're the money spread Eric Carle. So yes, we're of course going to start with the Very Hungry Caterpillar, and then we'll move into some of the more obscure ones, or at least what I thought were obscure ones, because I didn't have them as a kid, but apparently some of you guys knew about them, and like, that's elite ball knowledge. I am all for that. So, The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle. For my sister Christina. Vibes, what's up? Dan, hello. One Sunday morning, the warm sun came up, and pop! Out of the egg came a tiny and very hungry caterpillar. He started to look for some food. On Monday, he ate through one apple, but he was still hungry. On Tuesday, he ate through 2 pears, but he was still hungry. On Wednesday, he ate through 3 plums, but he was still hungry. On Thursday, he ate through. Ooh, I'm losing the camera here. On Thursday, he ate through 4 strawberries, but he was still hungry. On Friday, he ate through 5 oranges, but he was still hungry. On Saturday, he ate through 1 piece of chocolate cake, 1 ice cream cone, 1 pickle, 1 slice of Swiss cheese, 1 slice of salami, 1 lollipop, 1 piece of cherry pie, 1 sausage, 1 cupcake, and 1 slice of watermelon. That night, he had a stomachache. So he ate through all of this on Saturday. And the first pause break that I would like to take right now, hopefully this picks it up. If not, I'll have to post it later. Look at his face. Look at the caterpillar's face after it has this tummy ache. It's so sad. But he had a stomach ache after eating all that. The next day was Sunday again, and the caterpillar ate through 1 nice green leaf, and after that he felt much better. Now he wasn't hungry anymore, and he wasn't a little caterpillar anymore. He was a big, fat caterpillar. He built a small house called a cocoon around himself. He stayed inside for more than 2 weeks. Then he nibbled a hole in the cocoon, pushed his way out, and he was a beautiful butterfly. The end. Yay. Toddler calls him a fatterpillar at that part. It does say he was big and fat. So that tracks. Roach, excellent question. Was it a cocoon or a chrysalis? Technically, it should be chrysalis. Moths make cocoons, which is an outer shell of some sort, and the pupa is inside of that. So usually they make that outer section out of silk or hairs or debris. A lot of the time it is silk. And then the pupa is inside of that. A chrysalis is a relatively free pupa that is typical of butterflies. Butterflies will mostly just like pupate on the side of a plant, while moths will get a little bit more into it in terms of camouflage, and trying to blend in. What is Ophelia doing? A very hungry genetically modified caterpillar. We'll maybe get to that. Are there opportunistic eater caterpillars, or do they all stick to specific plants? There are some opportunists. This is a wide variety of things. Like apples and pears and plums are all like sort of closely related, but jumping to citrus on Friday, having 5 oranges after eating all that other stuff, is kind of crazy because citrus has a lot of like oils in it that make it have that citrusy taste. And so there are some caterpillars like the giant swallowtail that are exclusively citrus feeders, but I don't know of anything that would completely jump over all of those other things and then get to citrus. Then, of course, you run into all the other stuff that he ate. Now, we think about caterpillars as being plant feeders, right? We think about them feeding on leaves. We think about them eating plants. And so it might seem outlandish to have a caterpillar eat salami or sausage. Well, there are some caterpillars that are predatory. There's a really cool Hawaiian group of the inchworm caterpillars of geometrids that they will basically stand straight up off the side of a twig, so they look like another side piece of the twig. And other things, other caterpillars, other bugs will crawl underneath them, and they will just pounce on it. They will go down and they'll grab it. And so there are caterpillars that can and do eat, for lack of a better term, meat. I think that probably the salt and the preservatives and the spices in salami and in sausage would probably be pretty bad for a caterpillar. But in general, some of the other stuff isn't too terrible. I feel like the hungry caterpillar looks like the one Pokemon that's based on a real caterpillar. Are you thinking about Caterpie? Arkansas Board of Health? Hence the tummy ache, yes. Are the woolly ones that fall on you predatory? No. As far as I am aware, in like the mainland US, there aren't any predatory caterpillars. Hungry caterpillars and ant bringing all this stuff would make more sense. It would. It certainly would. But something I do like about this that sort of reflects back on the partial accuracy of it. If you notice how the caterpillar is drawn, there are these pairs of legs back here. And I think that Eric Carl here did these two and then these four for a total of 6, which is not quite how it works with caterpillars. Caterpillars will have 6 true legs up front, but then in the back they have pro legs, which are sort of just like aversible kind of balloons, little nubbins that they can inflate that have hooks on them that are called crochets or crochets that they use to actually hang on to things in the back. So I think that's probably what he was getting at here, but they have the pro legs in addition to the legs up front. So if this was supposed to be accurate, there should be 6 legs here plus more in the back. Rebecca, hello. Glacial, hello, hello. Welcome in. So that was our first book. I think a classic that everybody probably knew about beforehand, The Very Hungry Caterpillar. And it was fine. It was fine. There wasn't much of a lesson to it. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. Thank you for the sub. There wasn't really a moral or a lesson to this story. The caterpillar just eats a bunch of stuff and then turns into a butterfly. The other thing that I did want to say about the butterfly is that the wings are kind of on upside down. If you look at this, typically a butterfly's longer pair of wings is going to be up top. Glacial, thank you. 7 months, wow. So yeah, the wings being longer down here on the corners is a little bit freaky. Not quite how the construction actually works. But on another plus that lends to its accuracy, those antennae are capitate. So butterflies have the little antennae that are like sticks with little clubs at the top, while moths are generally going to have the feathery, big, bushy antennae. So it is definitely a butterfly, but the wings are a bit odd. I would just, flip them up. It looks way more normal like this. But this is upside down right now. Artistic choice and not intentionally accurate. Yeah, of course. Based on the illustrations is not the way that we are evaluating these books. This is a certified hood classic for a reason. And it's something that we all read as a kid, and it's not necessarily something that we seek out for its entomological accuracy. But I think it's fun to look at it through an entomology accurate lens to just see how things are going. So, if there are no more questions about The Very Hungry Caterpillar, we can move on to The Very Quiet Cricket. I asked the video. Okay, this is something that Ophelia sent, so take that with a grain of salt with whatever this is. I haven't seen it. It's only a minute long. Let's see.
That was a very genetically modified cat. On Monday, he ate through one apple, but
Okay. Thanks, Ophelia. Thank you for that. I don't have much to say about that, but it exists. Okay. So the next one that we are going to get into is Roxers. What a time to show up. The next one we are going to get into is another Eric Carle. Like I said, the first 6 are Eric Carle books, but this is The Very Quiet Cricket. One warm day, from a tiny egg, a little cricket was born. Welcome, chirped a big cricket, rubbing his wings together. The little cricket wanted to answer, so he rubbed his wings together. But nothing happened. Not a sound. Good morning, whizzed a locust, spinning through the air. The little cricket wanted to answer, so he rubbed his wings together. But nothing happened. Not a sound. Hello, whispered a praying mantis, scraping its huge front legs together. The little cricket wanted to answer, so he rubbed his wings together, but nothing happened. Not a sound. Yes, Roach, we are going to wait to fact check. I'm glad you noticed something already, though. Good day, crunched a worm, munching its way out of an apple. The little cricket wanted to answer, so he rubbed his wings together. But nothing happened. Not a sound. Hi, bubbled the spittlebug, slurping in a sea of froth. The little cricket wanted to answer, so he rubbed his wings together. But nothing happened. Not a sound. Good afternoon, screeched a cicada, clinging to the branch of a tree. The little cricket wanted to answer, so he rubbed his wings together. But nothing happened. Not a sound. How are you? Hummed a bumblebee, flying from flower to flower. The little cricket wanted to answer, so he rubbed his wings together. But nothing happened. Not a sound. Good evening, whirred a dragonfly, gliding above the water. The little cricket wanted to answer, so he rubbed his wings together, but nothing happened. Not a sound. "Good night," buzzed the mosquitoes, dancing among the stars. The little cricket wanted to answer, so he rubbed his wings together, but nothing happened. Not a sound. A Luna moth sailed quietly through the night, and the cricket enjoyed the stillness. As the Luna moth disappeared silently into the distance, the cricket saw another cricket. She too was very quiet. Then he rubbed his wings together one more time. He chirped the most beautiful sound that she had ever heard. Yay! Tortilla, hello. It does make sound, Ophelia. This is one, I got this. When did I get this? Apron. This is the day. Excellent time for it to be a first time chatter. That's all we're doing today. This was copyrighted in 1990. Given the condition of how I got this book, the back's all torn up and it's pretty dirty on the front. I think this is probably an original. I know with some of these other Eric Carle books, there is the ability to replace the battery. I don't see it necessarily here, so I don't know if and when this one dies, if it'll be replaceable. But I thought it was really neat that when I found this at a thrift store, I think I paid like $1 for it. It still worked. It still worked. It had no sound from the library. Oh no. That's tragic. Yeah, so very excited that it still chirps. And I think that's fun. All right. So what do we think? I know Roach noticed something early. What do we think is the biggest inaccuracy here throughout the book? Bugs talking English. Damn bird, yeah, you got it. You got it. Rubbed his wings. He don't make sound with his wings. Baby bugs don't have wings. All right. We're on a sort of right track. You're right, Roach. Baby bugs don't have wings. So crickets are what we call hemimetabolous insects, which means that they go through 3 life stages. There's the egg, there is a nymph, which is, it looks basically like a small adult, but without wings. And then the adult is when it's fully formed and they fully have wings. So even though baby crickets are in fact born without wings, they do still have wing buds. So they do have little things that as they grow, the wing buds get bigger and bigger and bigger until they finally molt and shed their exoskeleton one last time, and then they get their full wings as adults. So that was sort of the big thing. Arkansas Board of Health and Wild Child suggested that they don't make sounds with their wings. That's actually one of the really accurate things in this book. So a lot of people think that crickets make the sound that they do by rubbing their legs together. They don't. That's not how it works. So we've seen them on the Alveus live cams, and there's good clips floating around there somewhere. But crickets actually do make the chirping sound with their wings. It is a file and scraper system. So if you have ever like taken a stick and run it down a fence and it goes tink 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 tink, or like run your thumb down a comb, or even use one of those like wooden frogs that's like brr, brr, brr. That's basically how crickets work. On one wing they have little pegs, and on the other they have all the little teeth, so that when they rub their wings together really fast, it makes the chirping. Ooh, Roxers got a clip for us. Orthoptera, but they have really big. Oh, it's actually gonna be doubled, so I don't want to do that. But you can see here how this one is rubbing its wings together, and then it turns around nicely so we can see it from the other side as well. But yeah, you can see how the wings are just kind of overlapping, rubbing against each other. That's because at the base, kind of on the where the wings overlap, is where the file and scraper system is. So they're going to be rubbing their wings together like that to make the chirping sound. So that's, I'm going to spoil one of the other books. One of these other Eric Carle books says that they use their legs to make sound. No. So they do use their wings, and it's correct at the front. Welcome chirped a big cricket, rubbing his wings together. So we're good here. Nothing particularly wrong with the locust page. I saw someone say this, and I thought that was funny. The little cricket would not have survived this interaction. That mantis 1,000% is just going to eat that little guy. So, inaccurate, because the cricket would not have made it. Ooh, Dan, that's like a perfect emote combo. Look at that. Worm out of the apple. I don't really have anything wrong there. I think this is a crazy pull to bring up a spittlebug in a children's story. That's like elite knowledge, Eric Carle. We love that. Spittlebugs are true bugs, so they have the piercing, sucking mouth part, and they will pierce into plant stems and then use their back legs and froth up like the liquid that's coming out of the plant to make this little bubble nest. And they're usually doing it in plants that have some sort of chemical defense, or that the plants would taste bad for whatever reason. And so inside of this little spit nest, it looks like someone hawked a loogie on a plant, honestly. If you're walking through, you just see like a bunch of like big white globs. But I think this is a pretty obscure bug to have in like children's media. So very cool. Like that one a lot. Good afternoon, screeched a cicada. All good there. Where the grass wasn't mowed. That makes sense. That makes sense. Spittle bugs were everywhere when I was a kid, and sometimes stinky boys would spit on plants and say it was spittle bugs to convince other kids to get real close to their spit. That's funny. Spittle bugs in the garden. Yeah. Once you see them, they're like kind of everywhere. It's just one of those things that like I don't remember seeing them a lot as a kid, but now keeping an eye out for them, you see and recognize it all the time. And I think maybe I did see it as a kid, and I just like thought it was I maybe just thought it was spit. I don't know. Good evening, word dragonfly. I think that's fine. Good night, buzz the mosquitoes. All good. A Luna moth sailed quietly through the night. I think this is probably a like pseudo accuracy. Luna moths are a silk moth. They're in the family Saturniidae, and these are going to be like your big, fluffy, like the moths that you think about being like the big moths. But Luna moths notoriously do not have mouths as adults. So they do all of their feeding in the larval stage. So when the Luna moth approaches our cricket friend here and doesn't say anything, I think that's probably because Luna moths do not have mouths. Now, this could be we could be reading too far into it, but I think that being the only one that wouldn't have a mouth in its depiction, and then it also being the only one that didn't say anything, I think it kind of tracks. I think it kind of tracks. And then here at the very end, the Luna moth disappeared silently into the distance. The cricket saw another cricket. She too was a very quiet cricket. Then he rubbed his wings together one more time, and this time he chirped the most beautiful sound that she had ever heard. So we know that he was trying to do the right thing the whole time. He was trying to rub his wings together in order to make sound. But he couldn't because he was just an itty bitty baby cricket that did not have wings yet. All of his bugs that he talked to throughout the day, it seems like it actually only occurred over the course of a day, because the locust, which was the first thing, says good morning, and then the worm says good day, the cicada says good afternoon, good evening said the dragonfly, and good night said the mosquitoes. At no point did the very quiet cricket shed its exoskeleton. So at no point throughout the story would he have been able to actually develop his file and scraper system. We did not see him take everything off and grow his wing buds out, which needs to happen at least 5 times. At least 5 times for them to get from baby to adult. Certainly doesn't happen over the course of a day. And so the big inaccuracy here is at the very end. He never sheds his skin to get his file and scraper. Was it ever stated to be one day? No, not specifically, but I think it was just over the course of time. Never really. You know what? You know what? It might not be the same day. So if you look here on day 1 when he first hatches, you can see there are like little tiny wing buds right there. And then when we get to like the evening time with the dragonfly, the wing pads are distinctly longer. So they go back there like that. But then if you'll again humor me here, look at the texture on these wing buds here. They're kind of like all black. But then when it gets to the Luna moth, there are wing veins now. He's got these like bright yellow or bright green wing veins on the wing bud. So it does seem to have gotten slightly bigger throughout the story. Emily Grape Juice, thank you for the follow. And then yeah, here at the end, he's got his wings like raised up, just like he's doing with the like we saw in the clip. So maybe this does take place over more than one day. Is there an encounter for each instar? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think there's probably a few. Could he molt between each? Yeah, I think that's what Roxers was asking too. There are 10 encounters, and I think that's too many. I think that's too many for it to be the cricket. How many instars does a cricket go through? You know what? Purdue Entomology says they go through 8 to 10 nymphal instars. For most species is greater than 5, and that Akita domestica, which are like the house crickets, can have up to 14. So maybe that is right. Maybe that is what it is. That's cool. Granola, hello. Yeah, maybe each encounter is a new instar. That's something interesting to think about. Look at that. We're learning things, chat. Boom. The very quiet cricket. So overall, again, that one um sort of just goes through the life cycle, goes through the days passing as a cricket. Um no no real moral here again for this one. Doesn't again, nothing not everything needs a moral. But maybe it's try again, eventually you'll succeed. Um where the first couple times it wasn't actually like a skill gap. It was actually just like a physical incapability. But yeah, maybe keep trying at things until you succeed. I don't know. Kid's book about a cricket. Can we have a moral at the end of every stream? Nah. So this one, this next one is neat. This is The Very Busy Spider. And off the bat, I think we're doing some pretty cool stuff. We have 2 body segments, and we have 8 legs. So we're off to a good start about this actually being a spider. I remembered this one as a kid because AA Craft, thank you for the follow. I did have this one. I remember this one. This one in particular, the back says pictures to feel as well as to see while you hear or read the story. So in this, spoiler, the spider's making a web, and all across here, every piece of the spider web is like very slightly raised. So you can feel the difference in the web as the spider is going on. So I think that's pretty cool. Granola, are these your childhood books? Sort of yes, sort of no. These are not my original copies, but some of these are ones that I have had as a kid. Most of these were like thrift store or eBay pickups, just because I like the idea of insect representation in children's media. So we're starting with Eric Carle because it's pretty much the stuff that everybody knows, but we have definitely a couple of bangers in here that you're gonna get put on some Elite Vol knowledge. So I remember having this one as a kid as well. 84. Yeah, so even though I'm old, this was still published before I was created. So all right. So we have our spider. Early one morning, the wind blew a spider across the field. A thin, silky thread trailed from her body. The spider landed on a fence post near a farmyard and began to spin a web with her silky thread. So our friend, the slightly concerning sun, is back. And then we have our spider over here on this like fence frame. And like I said, the tech, like you can feel this piece of web going all the way across and connecting down to the spider. So the spider itself also has texture on it. Nay, nay, said the horse. Want to go for a ride? The spider didn't answer. as she was very busy spinning her web. Moo, moo, said the cow. Want to eat some grass? The spider didn't answer, as she was very busy spinning her web. I think this cow is a little bit cursed. Ba, ba, bleated the sheep. Want to run in the meadow? The spider didn't answer, as she was very busy spinning her web. As you can see, she's making good progress over here. She's now got all of the radial threads of her web going up. Ma, ma, said the goat. Want to go jump on the rocks? The spider didn't answer, as she was very busy spinning her web. Oink, oink, grunted the pig. Want to roll in the mud? The spider didn't answer, as she was very busy spinning her web. Robertrash, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. And so here she's starting to do the coils. She's trying to do the coils of the web. Me, almost missed a page. Woof, woof, barked the dog. Want to chase a cat? The spider didn't answer, as she was very busy spinning her web. Meow, meow, cried the cat. Want to take a nap? The spider didn't answer, as she was very busy spinning her web. Quack, quack, called the duck. Want to go for a swim? The spider didn't answer. She had now finished her web. Cock-a-doodle-doo, crowed the rooster. Want to catch a pesky fly? And the spider caught the fly in her web just like that. Who, asked the owl. Who built this beautiful web? The spider didn't answer. She had fallen asleep. It had been a very, very busy day. The end. Her work-life balance needs some work. I agree. She was very, very busy. Goodreads is about to go through the roof. That's crazy, granola. Yeah, so this one, based on the general appearance of the spider on the front cover and the web at the very end, this is an orb weaver. This is the family Araneae, and she is going. This spider here is going to be the same, at least family as like Charlotte in Charlotte's Web. They're called orb weavers because they make these big orb webs, which is like the traditional spider web shape that you think of. And so I think this one pretty accurate. Early in the book, she is blown across the field with a thin, silky thread trailing from her body. And that's typically how baby spiders disperse. It's called ballooning. And so, like, at the end of Charlotte's Web, spoilers, I guess, I don't have a copy of that. I'm just now realizing that I do not have a copy of Charlotte's Web, and that feels like a gap in my things that I have. So I'm gonna have to order one of those or find one. But when the babies start to like fly off in the wind, that's called ballooning. And so this spider arriving at this little fence post by ballooning is like sort of accurate. Um, I'm just imagining this being an adult spider making all of these webs, but I suppose it could be like a small baby spider doing it. Um, because the adults don't balloon. That's only like the first like the babies as they come out of the egg sac. But otherwise, the construction of the web makes a lot of sense. She starts off with like the the outer frame, and then makes that central drag line down, and then starts making the radial struts. So sort of making like the spokes on a wheel. And then she eventually gets back to the middle and starts doing the circular part. So laying down the cross hatching essentially to give it that like typical spider look. But something that I don't know if it came across in all of them, but all of the other animals that come to ask the spider about doing something that day, like the goat jumping on the rocks or the sheep running in the meadow, there is a little mosquito that is included with each of the drawings. So the sheep one is like right here. The rooster is directly chasing one right here. So all of the other animals have had a little mosquito in their picture. And so the spider is doing what the spider does best to try to take care of that mosquito. So she is just making her web. And so as the rooster is chasing, it's supposed to be a fly. Ophelia, I have news for you. Mosquitoes are flies. It doesn't say mosquito, actually. I've made that up. It just says pesty fly. So it could be something else. But I don't know. But yeah, so you can see here in the semi-final frame, the spider there wrapping up. The bar's picture box. So yeah, it doesn't specifically say mosquito, but given the barnyard animals and things like that, it could be, it seems likely that it might be a mosquito. The only thing that I feel is off about this one is how long the web building process takes and when she is doing it. Orb weavers will take down webs overnight. So in the morning time, like as the sun is rising, spiders will tear down their web, re-ingest the silk, and then basically kind of recycle it. And so given the time frame and all the animals that came to talk to her, one might assume that this was like an all-day project. But it actually goes pretty quick. So typically these big orb weavers will want to deploy nets at night or deploy their webs at night to catch all of the nocturnal flying insects. And so typically they would be building this around dusk. So as it's starting to get dark, they will start to build the webs up again. And so as she is finishing it before the evening, that makes sense. But typically at the end here, when the owl comes and asks about the web, it says that the spider is sleeping. And that's generally not true. Because typically these orb weavers are going to be retreated during the day, and then come out in the evenings and be ready for prey to fly into the web. So they will go rest, but typically during the night is when they're actually going to be active. And orb weavers are generally not, at least to humans, they are completely medically insignificant. Their bites don't cause any damage or anything like that. But all spiders, most spiders, like 99% of spiders, do have venom, and they use the venom to incapacitate whatever prey item that they have. But they will also just wrap everything in silk. So I am trying to find a sick video. Let me see if I can find it. I have a really, really good video of the spiders wrapping stuff up. Okay. I have no idea how well this is going to show up on stream. But this is a giant lichen orb weaver that I found in South Carolina in 2018. Wipe off my gross screen. So I got this slow-mo video. You can see that it's kind of like saran wrap, just dispensing. And so she's wrapping up a Phylophaga, like one of the May beetles or June bugs. And so this in real time is going obviously a lot faster, but you can really see how she's kind of using those hind legs to throw the silk onto certain parts. I'll post this in Bugcord because I think it's a very worthwhile video. But you can see how fast that she's like, she's tossing that silk over the thing to kind of wrap it up. Because their venom is for incapacitating their prey, but it's not like instantly going to kill them sort of thing. So they need to do something else to basically prevent their food item from getting out of their web. Now, when I say that, I'm speaking specifically about orb weavers. Other spiders will have different methods and different web constructions and different web compositions that will like allow them to wait longer periods of time. Widows in particular have a really neat tangled web style. It's not like a very like perfectly circular thing. They build a very tangled web down towards the ground, and they will place really strong anchor lines down onto the ground that are sort of like just barely attached, but they're really, really sticky. And so that way, if something crawls into the web, they'll like touch one of the lines, And then as they're like, oh, get that off of me, they break the line free from the ground. But because that one that's going down was under tension and like so strong, once they break it, they basically just get yeeted up into the rest of the web. And for its size and its composition, Widow silk is like super, super, super strong. So for them, they set more of a trap where it's kind of like a lie in wait, and then when they can, they get in there to actually bite the thing. But for orb weavers, they're generally going to be sitting on the outskirts of the web, and as soon as something hits it, they're going to run in and start wrapping because their webs are very thin, very sticky, so they're able to wrap things up super fast. But there's more chance for them basically to break free. So orb weavers get in there and like really just wrap everything up super, super fast. Can you tell them I love them and I think they're smart? I sure will, Ophelia. Reverse bungee jumping. Yes, exactly, Roxers. And that's how widows can also feed on like non-insect stuff. There are lots of records of widows feeding on like little lizards and snakes and stuff like that. I published a paper a couple years ago of like a widow relative, like a non-medically significant thing. A little like non-human venomous widow cousin that was eating a snake. And I thought that was neat. But widows definitely have like a known history of doing that. Widow in your garage as a kid, that was a gecko slayer. For sure. They'll definitely do that. Okay. Next. We're now past the halfway point for Eric Carle books. This is one that several of you also mentioned that you had, The Grouchy Ladybug. On the back, the summary of this one. The grouchy ladybug is a bad-tempered braggart who won't say please or thank you, won't share, and thinks it's bigger and better than everyone else. This fast-moving story invites children to explore the concepts of time, size, shape, and manners. Follow along as the grouchy ladybug meets its match and learns to be a better behaved bug. So this one does have a lesson. I also think there is a fun little preface here. So on the like pre-title page up here, aphids are very small insects. They suck the juice from leaves and then the leaves die. Ladybugs eat aphids. That's good for trees, shrubs, and other plants that have leaves. To ladybugs, I have dedicated this book. 3 cheers to them. Hi, Lyndon. Hello, hello. Welcome in. So, 3 cheers for ladybugs. This is The Grouchy Ladybug by Eric Carle. It was night, and some fireflies danced around the moon. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sun came up. A friendly ladybug flew in from the left. It saw a leaf with many aphids on it and decided to have them for breakfast. But just then, a grouchy ladybug flew in from the right. It too saw the aphids and wanted them for breakfast. Good morning, said the friendly ladybug. Go away, shouted the grouchy ladybug. I want those aphids. We can share them, suggested the friendly ladybug. No, they're mine, all mine, screamed the grouchy ladybug. Or do you want to fight me for them? If you insist, answered the friendly ladybug sweetly. It looked the other bug straight in the eye. The grouchy ladybug stepped back. It looked less sure of itself. Oh, you're not big enough for me to fight, it said. Then why don't you pick on someone bigger? I'll do that, screeched the grouchy ladybug. I'll show you. It puffed itself up and flew off. Dumb question, but ladybug larvae already seem like pretty effective hunters. Do they become better hunters as adults, or is it more of a fly to find mate angle and maybe better armor? A little bit of both. The larvae and the adults are predatory, so you'll often see them kind of like co-occurring, feeding on aphids. It's definitely a fly around to become mobile, more mobile at least. So what this one was talking about, the back of this book said it concepts of time, size, shape, and manners. This is what the rest of the book looks like. So there's little clocks up here at the top that show the time of day, and you can also track like the path of the sun as it goes across the day. The text also gets bigger. So right now it's super small. So we're gonna have to flip it for a while until I can read it in the OBS screen here. So at 6 o'clock, it met a yellow jacket. Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug. Want to fight? If you insist, said the yellow jacket, showing its stinger. Oh, you're not big enough, said the grouchy ladybug, and flew off. At 7 o'clock, it met a stag beetle. Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug. Want to fight? If you insist, said the stag beetle, opening its jaws. Oh, you're not big enough, said the grouchy ladybug, and flew off. At 8 o'clock, it came across a praying mantis. Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug. Want to fight? If you insist, said the praying mantis, reaching out with its long front legs. Oh, you're not big enough, said the grouchy ladybug, and flew off. At 9 o'clock, it almost flew into a sparrow. Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug. Want to fight? If you insist, said the sparrow, opening its sharp beak. Oh, you're not big enough, said the grouchy ladybug, and flew off. At 10 o'clock, it saw a lobster. Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug. Want to fight? If you insist, said the lobster, stretching its claws. Oh, you're not big enough, and the grouchy ladybug flew off. At 11 o'clock, it bumped into a skunk. Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug. Want to fight? If you insist, said the skunk, starting to lift its tail. Oh, you're not big enough, and the grouchy ladybug flew off. At 12 noon, it spotted a boa constrictor. Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug. Want to fight? If you insist, said the snake. Right after lunch. Oh, you're not big enough, said the grouchy ladybug, and flew off. At 1 o'clock, it happened upon a hyena. Hey you, said the grouchy ladybug. Want to fight? If you insist, said the hyena, laughing eerily and showing its teeth. Oh, you're not big enough, said the grouchy ladybug, and flew off. So you can see here the ladybug in comparison to the hyena and how small it is. At 2 o'clock, it met a gorilla. "Hey, you," said the grouchy ladybug. "Want to fight?" "If you insist," said the gorilla, beating its chest. "Oh, you're not big enough," said the grouchy ladybug, and flew off. At 3 o'clock, it ran into a rhinoceros. "Hey, you," said the grouchy ladybug. "Want to fight?" "If you insist," said the rhinoceros, lowering its horn. "Oh, you're not big enough," said the grouchy ladybug, and flew off. At 4 o'clock, it encountered an elephant. "Hey, you," said the grouchy ladybug. "Want to fight?" "If you insist," said the elephant, raising its trunk and showing its big tusks. "Oh, you're not big enough," said the grouchy ladybug, and flew off. At 5 o'clock, it met a whale. "Hey, you," said the grouchy ladybug. "Want to fight?" But the whale did not answer at all. "You're not big enough anyway," said the grouchy ladybug, and flew off. At 5:15, the grouchy ladybug said to one of the whale's flippers, "Hey, you, want to fight?" But it got no answer, and so it flew on. At 5:30, the grouchy ladybug said to the whale's fin, "Hey, you, want to fight?" But it got no answer, so it flew on. At 5:45, the grouchy ladybug said to the whale's tail, "Hey, you, want to fight?" And the whale's tail gave the grouchy ladybug such a slap that it flew across the sea and across the land. At 6 o'clock, the grouchy ladybug arrived right back where it had started from. "Ah, here you are again," said the friendly ladybug. "You must be hungry. There are still some aphids left. You can have them for dinner." "Oh, thank you," said the wet, tired, and hungry ladybug. Soon, all the aphids were gone. "Thank you," said the leaf. "You are welcome," answered both ladybugs, and they went to sleep. The fireflies, who had been sleeping all day, came out to dance around the moon. And that was the grouchy ladybug. The fireflies kicked his ass. All right, let me catch up. What did you guys have to say about that one? Everyone is down to mess the ladybug up. Yep, true. You're pretty far down this path, but you've considered pivoting to children's audiobooks. I would do it. I think it would be fun. It's Francis from A Bug's Life. Tortilla, you clocked that so fast. Yeah, that kind of was what I was basing it off of. Um, I had to think of a grumpy ladybug real quick, and that's obviously what came to mind at first. This asshole is going to be fighting a whale. Ophelia pre-watched. You saw it. Ladybug was flying at normal speeds that whole time. That whale was 22.5 miles long. Jeez. I also start shit I can't finish when I'm hungry. That's fun. Yeah, so that was the Grouchy Ladybug. I think this one, in more than the others, definitely had a moral, which, you know, as kids literature, I think pretty solid. As far as like the art and the accuracy of everything, um the ladybug does have clubbed antennae, which is great. The little aphids have little cornicles, they're little spouts on the back. So that's pretty accurate. Femto, we did the very hungry caterpillar, the very busy spider, and the very quiet cricket. Why do they have noses? That's a great question. They do have some kind of funny noses. But yeah, so the other thing that I, again, sort of the children's learning sides of things, this helps with not only time. So the clocks are up at the top. It goes from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. back over here. And then the relative size of the ladybug changes. So here, next to the yellow jacket, the ladybug is like kind of big, or at least, relatively. But then more here in the middle, next to a lobster, the ladybug is a lot smaller. And then when you get to like the elephant, the ladybug is super, super tiny over here. So it also talks about like the relative size of things for ladybugs to other critters. He does end up fighting a whale and getting his ass kicked, which excellent. I like the interactive tail slap. Discord bedtime stories. Yeah, I don't know about that. You should have done this at night so we could tuck it. I mean, I don't know where you are, Inkpot, but we'll probably be here until like at least 9:30 Eastern. I don't know, depending on the rest of the books. 5:01 p.m. Yeah, you're early. You're early. Is it just a coincidence that many plant bug nymphs greatly resemble aphids? Been seeing a ton of plant bug nymphs lately. Never realized before. I think it's probably just a byproduct of what they're doing. Plant bug nymphs are also going to be feeding on like the juices coming out of leaves and stems. And so as a body plan, that makes a lot of sense just to kind of do that. I can't really think of a reason why you would want to be an aphid. They are related in, somewhat distantly. Glacial, they're different suborders. So, yeah, that's also probably part of it. They just generally resemble each other with sort of being cousins. Everyone welding wears the same clothes and gear even if they're welding different things. That tracks, Tortilla. I think that tracks. But yeah, I can't really think of any reason why you would like want to be looking like an aphid, because aphids are sort of like the archetypal like weak bug that gets beat up and eaten by like everything else. The only thing that I could potentially think of is that because aphids are oftentimes tended by ants, if you maybe looked like an aphid, it could like insinuate that there might be ants around to protect you. But I think that's like probably a level too far abstract of like what bug thinking actually is. Um so yeah, I think it's probably more along Tortilla's things. Like they're doing the same thing. They're just gonna kind of look like that. I'm not gonna watch that. Thank you, Ophelia. I will keep that. I will watch that after stream. Okay. I didn't bring my water. The very grouchy ladybug made my throat hurt a little bit. So I need to. I have. Here's your hydrate. But I need to go grab my water bottle. I will be back in a minute, and we will move on to our next stories. Be back in a second. Hello. We are back. I have hydrated. Let's continue. So next is one of the physically larger. I should have seen this coming. Thanks, Ophelia. One of the physically larger Eric Carle books, and one of our two that we have left. This is the very clumsy click beetle. And so this is one that I had never heard of as a kid. This was definitely not one that I was aware of, and so was excited to learn that this existed. Because again, like a click beetle doesn't feel like a bug that that kids generally know about. So on the pre-title page, I think this was an old library copy based on like the withdrawn stamp that I have in the front there. But on the pre-title page, there's this little summary. Click beetles are small and somewhat clumsy bugs. When one falls on its back, it cannot roll over to get back on its feet. Instead, it will stretch and release a snap mechanism that is located between its head and abdomen. This makes an audible click and flips the beetle through the air. If the beetle is lucky, it lands on its feet. If it is not so lucky, it will try again and again until it succeeds. There are some 8,500 species of click beetles worldwide, and about 500 of these can be found in the United States. The click beetle in this book is a fanciful illustration of an eyed elater, Alis oculatus. Its real eyes are on its very small head, and the big eyes, in quotes, on its back are just a design that may fool and frighten birds, snakes, and other enemies of the click beetle. Click beetles are what first got me interested in animals in general. That's sick, Rocksters. Click beetles are super fun. Fooled me, but I'm a friend. Thank you, Tortilla, for the link. One fine morning, a young click beetle decided to go for a walk. At noon, it climbed up and down a flower. In the afternoon, it rummaged through a pile of pebbles, and in the evening, it crawled among the tall blades of grass. And when it turned night, the young click beetle crept up a tree. After a while, it got tired and fell to the ground. It landed on its back. The young click beetle tried very hard to turn over onto its feet, but it couldn't. "Help!" it cried. All along, a wise old click beetle had been watching the young click beetle. "Tomorrow morning, I will teach you how to click, and flip through the air and land on your feet," said the wise old click beetle. "In the meantime, you may as well go to sleep. Good night." The next morning, the wise old click beetle said, "Look at me. This is how it's done." First, it turned onto its back, and then, with a loud click, it flipped through the air and landed on its feet. "Now, you try it," said the wise old click beetle. "Thank you. That looks easy," replied the young click beetle. Just then, an earthworm stuck its head up out of the ground. "Look at me," said the young click beetle. And with a loud click, it flipped through the air, but it landed on its back. "How very clumsy of me," said the young click beetle. Just then, a turtle ambled by. "Better luck next time," said the turtle. "Keep on trying." Look at me, said the young click beetle, and with a loud click, it flipped through the air. But it landed on its back. How very clumsy of me, said the young click beetle. Just then, a snail slithered by. Don't worry. Ooh, snail voice needs work. Don't worry, said the snail. You'll get there. Look at me, said the young click beetle, and with a loud click, it flipped through the air. But it landed on its back. How very clumsy of me, said the young click beetle. Just then, a mouse scurried by. You need a little more practice, said the mouse. Look at me, said the young click beetle, and with a loud click, it flipped through the air. But it landed on its back. Just then, oh, what was this? The young click beetle had never seen anything so big. It could not move. It was scared. Quick, click, and flip, cried the wise old click beetle who was watching. And the young click beetle clicked and flipped through the air, but this time it did 3 graceful somersaults and landed on its feet. Look at you, shouted the wise old click beetle. You've done it! And that's it. The end. Clap, 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 clap. Moral is you must put yourself in danger to progress. So again, this one, kind of interesting. Oh, yeah, I did get this from a library. The Westport Free Public Library from Westport, Massachusetts. There's a stamp on like this first page here down there. I didn't get it from there specifically. I think I got this one on this is one that I had to order because I realized there were more Eric Carle bug books that I didn't have, so I just had to order this one on eBay, I think. However, this is the one that has the most egregious insect fact yet. Hey, yeah, what the fuck is this? Hello? Baby click beetles are a larva. Baby click beetles are larvae. And so when they reach adult size, they don't get any bigger than that. Once they have elytra and once they actually look like a beetle, it's full size. So small click beetles don't turn into bigger click beetles. There is some size discrepancy, especially in wood feeding critters, that they can be the same species, but they can have pretty drastic variations in size. But yeah, so baby click beetles would be a larva, so they wouldn't be clicking. Other than that, my only gripe, we can't be tall kings. Downtown Seattle Library is also a cool place to hang out. I think any public library is a cool place to hang out. I'm a big proponent. I'm a big, huge supporter of your local public libraries. Not only like do they have all the books that you can access for free, lots of places will have like audiobook deals now, so you can listen to a bunch of stuff with your library card. But they're also great like public resources and like third place things. For people that otherwise wouldn't have access to internet to be able to do job applications and safe spaces and air conditioned places throughout the summer, heated places in the winter. Shout out to your public libraries for sure. Toes, thank you, Pickle. Thank you, Pickle. For your troubles, you made an appearance. You made an appearance earlier in the story. Unfortunately, you were being consumed on Saturday by the very hungry caterpillar. Pickle got bit, unfortunately. But he survived. He survived. He's made it here for our daily dose of toes, which we always truly appreciate. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, back to libraries. Library cards are free, chat. Even if you don't plan on like physically going, you can access a lot of resources and stuff online and for free through your public library. Someone else I said saw museum passes. That's another really great thing. You can rent different things for around your city. So museum passes, park passes, zoo passes. Sometimes they will even have equipment. I know the Phoenix Public Library had sewing machines that you could like rent to use and things like that. So if it has been a while since your last trip to the public library, your local public library, I would very highly recommend going to check it out. The first thing that I did when I moved to my new city was make sure I re-upped my public library card. It's one of the things that I believe in like very, very strongly, and like as a community resource, definitely like way underfunded. And definitely I think undervalued, and a lot of people are trying to fund them even less now. So definitely go check it out if it has been a while since you've been to your public library, and just get a card. They're free most of the time. Sometimes you have to pay more if you want like an actual physical card, or like a specific design on the card, whatever. But super, super cheap. You can get access to all kinds of resources and media and like video rentals and music and, like I said, like equipment. Some places people are saying that there's like 3D printers now for places. So yeah, public libraries, shout out. I could tell you exactly when the last time I was in my public library was. But I use the resources from that public library, even if I'm not physically at the library, all the time. So, shouts out the public library system. Sometimes when they're getting ready to like retire books, or they're going to get rid of stuff, they will go on sale to the public. Our local library does a Friends of the Library book sale twice a year. So it's stuff that is decommissioning or other books that get donated, and it's a huge, huge thing in our town. Like, everybody I know goes to this thing, and they make a ton of money off of it because you can get books for super, super cheap. And, the library can use that money to then refresh and buy new books, maybe stuff that would be more in demand, would be more highly used. But yeah, a lot of decommissioned libraries will sell off books. So that's how I got this one. I don't think I bought it specifically or like directly from the library, but it definitely came from a library. You can see the Dewey Decimal sticker here on the bottom, on the back. So for sure, check out your public libraries, chat. Big ups to the public library system. I pay for the card because it feels more special. Yeah, I do too, Tortilla. I like having the physical thing. Really disappointed in I had just re-upped my Phoenix library card like last January, and I moved out to Florida then in June. But my Phoenix library card glowed in the dark, and it had a scorpion on it, so it was like the scorpions glowing under blacklight, and it was so cool. It was such a cool library card, and I'm like really sad that I wasn't able to have it for more than a couple months. My new one's fine. I didn't really get a choice of the designs when I signed up for it. My new one. So that's whatever. But yeah, shout out public libraries. Love that. My favorite childhood book is a Swiss children's book about a goat herd. Hell yeah. Oh, I kept it, Donkus. I for sure have it. But I am no longer with that library anymore. So, I can't really. I actually think I can use it because I think they ask you to verify your address every like couple of years with it. So I should still be able to do it. Pop in a resin. Moving soon, we'll probably get our library cards right after my license changes. Yeah, I mean, it was in that sequence of events. Like when I moved, I switched over my car title and everything. I got my new license, and then yeah, once I had that like new proof of residence, I was able to go open a library card. And every time that I move, I've moved around a lot for grad school and things like that. So I grew up in Pennsylvania originally, went down to Florida, went to Kansas, went to Arizona, came back to Florida. Like I've moved around a lot, and I've had a lot of different public library cards, and it is always like one of the first things that I do. And yeah, people like have these memories of the library as a kid, and it's like, oh yeah, I had to go there and do my summer reading or whatever. But it's so much more than that. Um, Now, like I said, where they have all of these other resources and things that you can rent and do with them, the museum passes are like super underrated. You can go and check out like a pass that will let you get into local museums and stuff for free from the library. So yeah, there's a ton you can do with your public library card, and they're very cheap, if not free, a lot of the time. And even if it's not a resource that you are personally using a lot of the time, um, it is worthwhile to keep the resource around for those who might need it for things. Like I said, it is an air conditioned place in the summer, it is a heated place in the winter. It has access to printers and computers and things like that for folks who might not be able to have one of their own, to be able to like apply for jobs and respond to emails and do all this other sort of stuff. So even if you don't think that you will personally use your public library card, I still highly encourage you to at least go get one to show that people are interested and invested in the library and like continually getting more cards, so we can keep those resources around for for everyone. Get CDs from the library. Remember loving trips to our library growing up. You have Snap. You can get into a lot of museums for free. Kayaking place that work with local libraries do the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Well. Well. I don't know about that, Afton. Case, you should go get your library card. Oh, stream idea for Chandler. Chandler gets a library card and reads a book. How's that? I think that would be a good one. This is a crazy challenge. I believe in them. I believe they would do that. Your university library. Get when you graduate. Okay, Case. That's fair. I also use the university library quite a bit. I'm still affiliated with ASU until all the paperwork and everything clears, so I have tons of access through that. But yeah, supporting your local one, like I said, even if you don't really use it all the time, it's definitely a worthwhile reminder in 8 months. Someone set an alarm. Someone said a thing. Well, we will remind you in 8 months. Eruption Tove's book club. Yeah. Oh, speaking of, brief interlude from the books. On my flight back to Florida last week, they made a movie out of H's for Hawk. So like one of the first Alveus book club books where she adopts the Gyrfal or the goshawk after her father passes and she gets really into falconry and whatnot. They made a movie that came out a few months ago. That was like a pretty limited release. It wasn't super wide because like I couldn't find it anywhere near me. But it was quite good. I know that book was I don't know who directed it. Philippa Lothrop, it looks like, was the director. I know that book was not everyone's favorite of the Alveus Book Club picks. But as someone who has lost a parent, it hits different. It hits different when you're talking about grief in that way, and there was a lot of symbolism in the hawk and everything that made sense to me. So even if it wasn't your favorite, the movie was quite good. I liked the book more. I did like the book a lot. I actually listened to the book on audiobook for free through my public library. But I did enjoy that one so much. I actually like bought the physical copy, so I have a copy of that one downstairs. Your local library system has a seed bank? That's sick. KO Kayla Plays, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yay, library. Yes, mine does too. Seed banks. Interesting. I maybe mine does. I've never heard of that, but maybe it does. But let's wrap up Eric Carle here because we still have a pile to go. The last Eric Carle one that I know he did with insects, there might be others, but there is last the very lonely firefly. So this one was another, I think, eBay pickup. at some point. This one was in a classroom, clearly. This came from Miss Esposito's class from Mr. Long in September of 1995. So this book was getting given to somebody in a classroom while I was being born, basically. So quite an old one, but a good one nonetheless. The preamble, I guess. The first information, like pre-title page. Fireflies are not flies, but soft-bodied beetles. They have a luminous, light-giving organ which blinks on and off in the night to attract other fireflies. This light is a cold light, as in it does not give off any heat, something that has scientists puzzled. There are about 2,000 species of fireflies in the world, of which approximately 50 can be found in the United States. The foreword, yeah. Thanks, Tortilla. So, the very lonely firefly. As the sun set, a little firefly was born. It stretched its wings and flew off into the darkening sky. It was a lonely firefly, and it flashed its light, searching for other fireflies. The firefly saw a light and flew toward it, but it was not another firefly. It was a light bulb, lighting up the night. The firefly saw a light and flew toward it, but it was not another firefly. It was a candle, flickering in the night. The firefly saw a light and flew toward it, but it was not another firefly. It was a flashlight, shining in the night. The firefly saw a light and flew toward it, but it was not another firefly. It was a lantern, glowing in the night. This is where it starts to get weird. The firefly saw several lights and flew towards them, but they were not other fireflies. There was a dog. And a cat. And an owl, their eyes reflecting the lights. The firefly saw a light and flew towards it, but it was not another firefly. It was a car's headlights, flooding the night. The firefly saw many lights and flew toward them, but they were not other fireflies. They were fireworks, sparkling and glittering and shimmering in the night. When all was quiet, the firefly flew through the night, flashing its light. looking and searching again. Then the very lonely firefly saw what it had been looking for. A group of fireflies flashing their lights. The end. So, this one, the fireflies are supposed to light up. There's a panel on the back here to change the batteries. I just had not had time to do that yet. So this one, in theory, could be fixed probably to make it work like it was originally supposed to. Firefly or lightning bug. So technically it's firefly. That is like the official common name for the group. I grew up calling them lightning bugs. So that is what I was always calling them as a kid. But then in undergrad, my first projects ever, like as an entomologist, were I was working in a firefly lab. And so from there, I like always called it firefly. And that's more or less what I've stuck with forever. But definitely, lightning bug. People know what you're saying. So yeah, I used to call them lightning bugs, but I call them all fireflies now. New Jersey, everyone calls them fireflies. Interesting. Interchangeable. Cater Lenny, yes, the tapetum. The cat and the dog eyes reflecting. Yes, exactly. That's what I thought about too. Use both names. Nice. So yeah, this one had like a B plot as well. As a kid in upstate New York, but you don't call them at all. So yeah, so Tortilla, the ones that you have on the West Coast don't flash as adults. There are still fireflies. I found one with Shruti and Lucas when we were in Portland last November. But yeah, they don't glow, unfortunately, which is like kind of defeats the point. But they are super cool. My first paid entomology job ever was firefly related. Like I said, I was working in a firefly lab at the time, and I was going back to Pennsylvania for the summer. And my professor was like, "Hey, do you think you could collect a bunch of these fireflies live for us and then send them to, I think it was Idaho, maybe it was Utah, I don't know, some one of those like Western things that's like, as an East Coaster, you never really think about." So I would go out and we would collect fireflies, and I would put them in little plastic vials with a tiny sliver of apple, so they would have something to munch on, and then I would overnight ship them to a researcher out west. And they were needing a bunch of the same species because they were looking at like the reasoning why bats typically don't feed on fireflies. And we were trying to see if it was actually like the glow, and like the glow was giving off some sort of chemical signal, or was giving off some sort of like warning thing like, hey, don't eat me. So they would leave some of them normal, basically put them in a flight cage with a bat. But then they would also see if it was something else, like not the flashing, maybe just like an actual chemical that the firefly was giving off. So then they also painted the butts on some of them so they couldn't flash anymore. And I was an undergrad, so like I didn't really, I don't know what happened with that. I don't know what happened, like what the end result of that project was. But yeah, I would go and collect all these fireflies, And I would go into the same grocery store every night at like 10 p.m. after the Fireflies had stopped for the evening, and I would buy one apple. So I would go home and like cut it super fine, put them in the little plastic container, and then drop them off at the post office before I would go to work the next morning. And like I know that the employees of that grocery store were like, the fuck's this guy? Well, just one apple? One apple at 10 p.m.? Like, what is he doing? So I like to think that they thought about me, which I think was funny. But yeah, that was like my first paid entomology thing. Was collecting fireflies. Apple a day, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I could have done that. So this one I think was good. There was this like B plot that was sort of like playing out on just the pictures. First of all, first page, this is the owl from later in the story, but that's fucking Mothman, if I've ever seen it. That is Mothman for sure. And there's the cat and there's the dog, so they're out and people knew. And then the people were saying little things. So like in this first panel, it says hear that noise, and so what they're hearing is the commotion from the animals like fighting each other or whatever. So they go out to investigate. And that's when they find like the crazed dog. This is the scariest thing in the whole book. Like, what is that? So they're causing a commotion, but once they like figure it out, they all get into the car together. So like the cat and the dog are in the back there, the owl's following them, and then the parents and whatnot are there with the kids, going to the fireworks show, which I think is sweet and fun. I also really liked the beginning of this, where it says, as the sun set, and we still got our kind of weird dude sun that we've seen in all of the Eric Carle books. So I liked this one. It was good. I'm very interested to see if changing the battery is actually going to make these glow at the end. I think I will check that out and see if I can maybe replace it. I feel like the Final Destination can't barely cheating death. Yeah, he was flying towards all these like non-real lights or non-firefly lights. And I think nowadays you could definitely spin that into like a light pollution level thing. Yes, exactly, Wild Child. Exactly. Especially nowadays. So, that was the last Eric Carle book. As far as I could tell from my searching, I think that was all of his bug-related ones. I know he definitely had others, like there was one about a bear. There was one about an elephant too, I think. But as far as I could tell, those were all of his bug books. So we've kind of wrapped that up, and we're moving now into a different a different category, I guess, of these books. I don't have I Eat Poop, Tortilla. I'm adding it to the list, though. Can definitely try and figure that one out. Yeah, there's a couple. So I didn't buy anything specifically for this stream, except for the one that I mentioned earlier that my friend Kyle's mom wrote. That was the only one that I specifically bought for this stream. The rest of these I've picked up over the years and I've had recently. So I can definitely add that one. What's your favorite bug? I don't have that one either, Roxers. Oh, is that Eric Carl? Oh, interesting. I don't have that one, actually. It's an Eric Carl collab. Yeah, review another time down the road. Definitely. Yeah, as we get some more stuff in, I'll be on the lookout. Bugs are one of the favorite focuses of kids of the elementary garden club. See? So, I have done tons and tons and tons of public outreach over the years. And I've done everything from, like, bug presentations at senior centers all the way down to, like, elementary school classrooms. And there's, like, a very clear graph that we could interpret of how much people like bugs. Young kids, elementary school level kids, bugs are like the hottest topic. They love them. There are always multiple kids that like have bug facts around. And I think there's just like this inherent curiosity about them because they are so different. But then as they grow older and their parents, yes, Tortilla, yes. It's kids like bugs until someone says it's gross. And you know who says it's gross? Their parents. It's 100% the parental bias, like telling kids that bugs are gross. And it's frustrating when we go to school events and there are parent chaperones there, or even the teachers that are like, ew, bugs, I don't like bugs, blah, 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 blah. It's like, guys, come on. Come on now. And so bugs are cool as a little kid. And then in like middle school, there's like one or two kids that think it's interesting. High school, it's very hard to get kids to care about anything in high school. It's uncool to like things in high school or to be excited about things. And so usually like 8th to 11th grade are some of the like most deadpan groups that I've ever worked with. They, if there is someone that cares, they come and talk to me afterwards about it rather than like saying things during the general discussion. Towards the end of high school, though, like senior year, you're graduating, you're never going to see these kids again. Then people start caring about stuff again. It's cool to like things once you realize that you're never going to see them again. There are a couple of kids that are like, oh yeah, I actually do like bugs. And then college on up, usually the people that we're seeing at these events are at least somewhat interested. And I think college-age kids and people especially are more open to learning about things, and kind of that's part of the discovery of college is just like, oh, I'm learning a bunch of stuff that I've never learned before. Like, what's this bug event that's happening? And so, yeah, there's like this very clear curve where it's like bugs are cool. Bugs aren't that cool. Nothing is cool. Bugs can be cool again. And then it either like shoots up when you're like, I'm real into bugs and like hyperfixate sort of thing, or just like, bugs are fine. So yeah, I've definitely dealt with a lot of different age groups in terms of like doing bug presentations, and little kids always like bugs until some shit-ass adult has to say something about that. And that's like the frustrating part to reel in and being like, hey, shut up, mom. Like, let your kids listen to me about this. Like, it's fine. Yeah, grow up, Jan. Bugs don't like you either. Exactly. My sister used to catch friends with me until her friends judged her. That's a whole different thing, Roxers. Sexism in the bug community, crazy. More than half of my undergrad program were women, and I can't tell you how many times that people that I know that I respect so much and in certain capacities I think are better entomologists than me are being like, oh, you're too pretty to work with bugs. Hey, shut up. What are you saying? Like, it's unbelievable how, like, in the year of our Lord 2026, people are like, bugs are for boys and girls like other stuff. It's crazy. It is crazy that that shows up. It's crazy that people still like have that thought of like, yes, professions can be gendered and should be. You're out of your freaking mind. It's so frustrating and like too pretty for beauty. Yeah, you are allowed to like butterflies. That's for sure allowed, Femto. Butterflies are a girly bug, but the second you start talking about like carrion beetles, you're too pretty to work with that. Insane. Insane. Adults are learning it and not one of those parents. Good for you, wild child. We appreciate that. Boys can get dirty and catch frogs and bugs, but not girls. Exactly. Your mind, I see as a more feminine thing, if anything. I that totally fine. I do not view it as a gendered profession. It very much does feel like in certain instances that it's sort of like the old boys club where like the really famous ones are all, you know, basically old white men. Um but I think that's like a larger systematic problem of like the era that we were talking about where women weren't allowed to be as prominent in the field sort of thing. And so I think that's changing a lot now. At the entomology meetings, like at the Entomological Society of Americas, the last four, I think, presidents of the Entomological Society of America have been women. Um, there are like queer LGBT entomology symposia and stuff now where there are um, LGBT plus spectrum, whatever grouping that you want to call them over there, but like there are entomologists presenting in different ways that are certainly fighting the norm of it being like an old white dude's game, and it's great. We love to see it, and there's so much community support behind it because I think like inherently, um, I I will say this: I am a cis straight white man. I am not speaking from personal experiences here. But I do think that in some ways, being part of the LGBT community is like othering in a socially similar way to being like the weird bug kid. There is a lot of overlap between the LGBTQ community and entomology. Uh, the gays like bugs. I don't know what it is. I think it's fine. I think it's a very funny stereotype that all bisexual women have a moth tattoo. Like, uh, you know, it is what it is. But I think there is like some sort of connect there of being like othered because of your sexuality or gender expression or whatever it is, and also othered because of your interests. And it all like ends up looping around into being like, oh yeah, this community, like the entomology community, is accepting of these people who have traditionally been like outcast because of their interest, but also just outcast in general through society or whatever. So, yeah, I think the entomology community is like definitely on the edge of supportive for that sort of thing. Sharp Easy, thank you. Thank you for the fall or for the resub. Bugs are creatures that are considered inherently evil by traditional people, and we see ourselves in them. Yeah, Ophelia, I think that is a great way to put it, and better than I ever could. Again, uh, not being part of that community can't speak to things like that, but I think that is a very kind of like true statement. Um, herpetology, ecology, wombo combo, hell yeah. Maya is an excellent model for bug loving. Yes, she is, and she's great at it, and she has such a big platform, and I am always so happy to like work alongside her in that way. And I'm very honored that she's given me a platform to help with that. Her streams are obviously her streams, but chat chats I think is a way that a lot of people get interested and kind of start to get over some of those little bits of fear and misconceptions and things like that. And so we're all working together. We all like bugs, and it's just like, yeah, it all sort of works out. Fungi don't subject to. That's true. Thanks, Sharp. That was a fun one. That was definitely a fun one. But that was the first time that I had done uh a stream with like a bigger with a non-Maya streamer, I should say. When I was at Alveus in June, I met Rosie and I met Zoil, but it wasn't like a content specific thing. Um, and so I think Rage was super cool, very open to it, and like his community is sort of the people that we're talking about right now. A lot of these like uh, very different from Maya's community. A lot of young, non-white, essentially people in that community, and seeing representation and like making them aware that there are careers in this sort of thing. It's super important. It's such a big thing where it's like, yeah, we don't want this space to only be run by straight white men. There are lots of places for the LGBT community, for people of color, for all sorts of races, creeds, whatever, to fit in for the bug world, because it's not a gendered, it's not a class interest. It's for everybody. So I'm glad you liked it. I had a lot of fun doing it. Those streams are always fun in general anyway, but Rage had a really good energy about it, and I think he was really, really open to it. I had never really watched much of Rage before that. The couple days leading up to actually going down there, I watched a couple hours and kind of saw what he was about. And I was like, yeah. The only thing that I known him from was the collab that Maya did. So it was a very different experience, but I think it was a really good one overall. Very, very positive, and I'm glad that his community seemed to really like it. Maya texted me afterwards, said that his chat was like going crazy for it. I didn't have a chat phone or anything, so I didn't see what people were saying. And yeah, there were some of those jokey questions, but like, I think that bugs are so diverse and so cool that there are actual like answers to those jokey questions a lot of the time, and people don't expect that. And that's sort of like the little bit of bait that brings them in. They're like, "Oh, wait. Like I asked that as a joke, but that's like a real thing that bugs do. Like let's learn more about that." Um Yes, dumb questions that make it seem like no question is dumb and allows me to put more people in. Yes, Tortilla. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Cool. All right. This next category only has 2 books in it. And these are sort of, they don't fit elsewhere. They're not Eric Carle books specifically. But these are the 2. There's a Dr. Seuss one, and then this one that I got for 47 cents at a Goodwill. That's called Bugs or Insects, and I was like, wow, that is a true statement to make. And I bought this. Like, this was maybe one of my first bug books that I picked up. Because I was like, oh, I wonder like how accurate this is, because I bought this, I think, still during undergrad, where I was like not professional entomologist yet, but like entomology in training. So I bought this because I thought it was fun. It was also super super cheap, but it turned out to be a really cool book, and I really like the art in this one. I think it's neat, and I think you guys will appreciate it too. Have we complimented Evan's shirt? Oh, thank you. I like my fish shirt. Me and one of my coworkers and my like boss's boss, all 3 of us have a very similar but not exact fish shirt. And I've always wanted to make sure that they all walk around, or that we would all wear them on the same day. It feels fake to try to coordinate it, but like I would really love if we could bust out like a fish shirt Friday where all 3 of us wear our fish shirts on the same day. But yes, thank you. I like this shirt as well. I had Bugs Are Insects. Oh, you have this one, Lyndon. That's cool. That's neat. I had never heard of that one before. But it does it. Spoiler alert: it is pretty accurate. So I'm going to put it second in this category, because the remainder of these books, save from the last one, these are all bug books written by entomologists or like by scientists in general. So all of these are very accurate. The illustrations and stuff are super cool. And then some of them, like these 3, get into like older kids stuff like that. These are like very short chapter books. But these are written by like a guy that I know. So all of these are we're not gonna have to worry about fact checking these things. This one is also pretty accurate. There's one thing in here that I'm like, maybe not. So we're gonna start with Because a Little Bug Went Cuckoo. This is a Rosetta Stone illustrated by Michael Frith. Rosetta Stone is one of the pseudonyms that Dr. Seuss wrote under at some point. This is a Dr. Seuss beginner book, which was written by like the Dr. Seuss company, but I don't think by like Dr. Seuss himself specifically. I bought this one pretty recently because there was a YouTube video essay, which love that. Love a good video essay. That was like an explanation of all of Dr. Seuss's books. And I did not know that this one existed. So I picked it up because it was bug related, obviously. But this is a pretty new one. That's just World War II cartoons. Yeah. Yeesh. Okay. Because a little bug went ka-choo. You may not believe it, but here's how it happened. One fine summer morning, a little bug sneezed. Because of that sneeze, a little seed dropped. Because that seed dropped, a worm got hit. Because he got hit, that worm got mad. Because he got mad, he kicked a tree. Because of that kick, a coconut dropped. Because that nut dropped, a turtle got bopped. Because he got bopped, that turtle named Jake fell on his back with a splash in the lake. Because of that splash, a hen got wet. Because she got wet, that hen got mad. Because she got mad, that hen kicked a bucket. Because of that kick, the bucket went up. Because it went up, the bucket came down. Because it came down, it hit Farmer Brown. And that bucket got stuck on his head. Because it got stuck, Farmer Brown phoned for help. Because of his phone call, policemen came speeding. Because they were speeding, they hit a big stone, and so one policeman flew up all alone. Because he flew up, he had to come down. And because he came down on the boat Mary Lou, and because he hit hard, he went right on through. He made a big hole in the boat Mary Lou. Because of that hole, the boat started to sink. And because it was sinking, well, what do you think? Everyone started to yelp, and Mrs. Brown called on the phone for more help. Because of her phone call, more help came fast. They tied a strong rope to the Mary Lou mast. And because of that rope, the boat didn't go down, but it had to be fixed, so they started for town. And because they went there, it's true, I'm afraid, they ran right into a circus parade. And that started something they'll never forget. And as far as I know, it is going on yet. And that's how it happened. Believe me, it's true. Just because, a small bug went ka-choo. The end. Now, we've got thoughts about this one. I saw a couple of things that we were gonna bring up for sure. Worm kicked with what leg? True, he fricked out. Nuts. Coconut looked like a lemon. Evan is doing great, but imagine Obama reading this. You know? Shachi Brothers kicking up. Lord of the Rings reference. Sick. Propaganda in my children's book. It's more likely than you'd think. Sounds like victim blaming bug looks shy. Are bug sneezes a thing in some way, shape, or form? No. As far as I know, bugs cannot sneeze. Bugs can fart, like Tortilla says. There are the lacewing larvae that use farts basically to subdue their prey. The barothids, the beaded lacewings that'll do that. But no, bug sneeze, as far as I know, does not exist. Second, this is absolutely all the worm's fault. The bug sneezed, and that's fine. And like, yeah, maybe his sneeze blew the seed off, but it's entirely because this worm is so mad. Look at him. He's so angry that he like grew a foot to cut a tree, to kick a tree, and then the turtle happened, and it was a whole thing that all happened. I would argue because of the worm. I don't think this was the bug's fault. I think it was the worm not knowing how to regulate his emotions. Should it be socially acceptable to overreact when someone sneezes? I think it's fine to say bless you. But if you start sneezing, like, more than 3 times, yes, Tortilla. I tell people they only get 3. If you sneeze more than 3 times, you're not getting blessed anymore. That's on you. Like, get good. Yes, Tortilla and I, we're connected here. I agree. I agree. So yeah, the bug didn't do anything wrong. The bug sneezed, which is a perfectly normal bodily function that all things do. But the worm caused a problem. This pissed off chicken also caused a problem. The turtle wasn't that mad. The turtle, like, he got splashed, or he splashed in the thing, but he wasn't that mad about it. He wasn't that mad about it. So the worm was pissed off, this chicken was pissed, and then it was the cop's fault. A cab, am I right? The cops wouldn't have been driving so fast they wouldn't have hit the stone and crashed into the boat. Oh, Sharpeezy, thank you. Thank you for the gift sub. Still digging. Welcome in. Can only stay for one problematic bug this evening. You came in at a bad time, Sharpeezy. This was definitely the low point of the night so far, I think. The ones before this were definitely better, and I think the ones after this are better as well. Yeah, this one wasn't really about the bug. This one was about everything else. And the bug being blamed, you know? Everyone says it's Bug's fault, but I don't think it was really Bug's fault. He just sneezed. He just sneezed. But thank you again, Sharpeezy, for your sub and the gift sub. Really appreciate it. Hope to see you. Hope to see you next time. Scream sneezes can be completely controllable. Your child started scream sneezing as a baby. Interesting. Maybe the meaning is supposed to be about how bugs actually have huge impacts and we don't even realize. I like that, Starberry. I like that twist on things. I don't think that's the intended message. But I do like that interpretation. And the thing is, he looks so polite. He feels so bad just because he sneezed and everybody else messed everything up. How could you be mean to him? How could you be mean to this little guy? When you're yelling at me, this is who you're yelling at. Look at him. The messages do not sneeze ever. I don't think it necessarily needs to go that far. But yeah, so that was because the little bug went cuckoo by the Dr. Seuss I Can Read It All by Myself beginner books. I think relatively weak in terms of entomology, partially because this wasn't really about the bug. I think this was about basically everything else. But it does show how big of an impact that bugs can have, even if they are small. So this next one, Bugs Are Insects by Anne Rockwell and illustrated by Steve Jenkins. Like I said earlier, I got this one at a Goodwill for 47 cents. And I've had it for a pretty long time. I think this was maybe my first kids book that I bought specifically like after I started taking entomology classes. Just because I wanted to see how, accurate it was. The inside preface pages, sick. Very cool shadow cutouts of these bugs. Great start. So this one, this is not like a rhyming kids book. This is actually just like information. So I do like this one, and I'll show you the art style here, even on the first page. It's really, really cool. So there are many kinds of insects living all around us. Ants are insects, so are crickets and mosquitoes, so are butterflies and bees. So they're very well illustrated. They're very accurate. But if you look closely, they're like cut out pieces of paper. They're like composite pieces out of construction paper. And they're phenomenal. They're really, really good. And the whole book is like this. So very sick. Art style on its own, 10 out of 10. Insects come in many shapes, sizes, and colors. They don't all look alike, but there is a way to tell if something is an insect. Count its legs. Count how many body parts make up its body. How many parts make up its body? And so again, really cool art. You got a dragonfly. We've got a housefly. That is a giraffe weevil and a ground beetle. That's Calosoma scrutator specifically. A thread-waisted wasp and a water scorpion. Is a ladybug an insect? All insects have external skeletons. You have a hard skeleton inside with parts that move. Your skeleton holds you up and helps give your body its shape. But an insect has a hard skeleton on the outside with parts that move. The skeleton is like a shell around its body. It holds the insect up and gives its body its shape. A ladybug has a hard external skeleton. Does that mean it's an insect? Veggie Muncher, thank you for the follow. Scrapbook, Lyndon, 6 years old. Just coming in a smidge ago. Did you write this book and or consult? It's very cute and super awesome. Volcano Doc. No, I did not. These are just books that I've picked up over the years that are vaguely entomology related. We started off tonight, of course, with The Very Hungry Caterpillar, and we're going to end tonight with my favorite book as a kid on bugs. These are just things I've picked up over the years, so I did not help with these at all. But it's pretty neat. Yeah, so the ladybug. Speak for yourself, I don't have a skeleton. So a ladybug has an external skeleton. Does that mean it's an insect? Maybe not. All insects have external skeletons, but not all animals with external skeletons are insects. Crabs, lobsters, shrimp, and scorpions have external skeletons too, but they are not insects. Rebecca, this is the one we're looking at right now. Shrimp is bugs, yes. Many insects have two pairs of wings and a pair of antennae. Sometimes the antennae are long, like those of crickets or butterflies. Sometimes they are short, like those of beetles. But all insect bodies are divided into three parts: head, thorax, and abdomen. There are 6 legs attached to the thorax. Anything that has 6 legs and 3 body parts is an insect. A ladybug has 6 legs and 3 body parts. Is it an insect? Now look at a spider. Is it an insect? It has an external skeleton, but count its legs. How many does it have? Now count how many body parts it has. A spider has 8 legs, not 6. Its body is divided into 2 parts, not 3. So it is not an insect. A spider is an arachnid. Scorpions and daddy longlegs are arachnids too. Now we know that a ladybug is an insect. But is it really a bug? We sometimes call insects bugs. Many people think the two words mean the same thing, but they don't. A bug is an insect with a mouth like a beak and a head that forms a triangle. A stink bug is a bug. So is a bedbug. And so is a water strider, even though it doesn't have the word bug in its name. But a ladybug's mouth doesn't look like a beak. Its head isn't shaped like a triangle. A ladybug isn't a bug at all. It is a beetle. Beetles are insects with a pair of hard wings that you can't see through, that hides a second pair of clear wings. The hard wings make a line straight down the top of the abdomen when they are closed. So, closed beetle, open beetle. Different kinds of insects have different kinds of mouths to suck, pierce, bite, or chew. A mosquito has a mouth that can pierce your skin and draw blood. A butterfly has a long, curled up mouth part for sucking nectar from flowers, just like you suck juice through a straw. And again, look at it. Look at like it's cut. It's all cut paper to make the bugs. Different kinds of insects have different kinds of legs as well. Crickets have long back legs for jumping. Water boatmen have wide, flat legs for paddling. Bees have fuzzy legs that can carry pollen from flower to flower. And grasshoppers have legs for making music. Some insects are good builders. Ants build tunnels. Bees build honeycombs of wax that comes from their body. Wasps build paper nests. These insects live in large communities where each helps the others. No matter what they look like or how they live, all insects have 6 legs and 3 body parts. Here are some of the creatures you might find in your backyard. Are they insects? Insects are all around, flying through the air, chewing on leaves, creeping through grass. Scientists think that there are more kinds of insects than there are kinds of fish or birds or any other animal in the world. Look in your own backyard and see how many insects you can find. And always remember to count their legs. The end. So for 47 cents, this is a great pickup. It's all very accurate. It's mostly very accurate. But they took a lot of care into like actually making the stuff anatomically correct. It's factual. They don't like generalize the bugs. They definitely make like they show off all the weird things that bugs can look like. There are two relatively small things that I'm like about. The first is this giraffe weevil. My boy's bald. Uh, he doesn't have any antennae, and I think it's just really funny. Like, there's nothing going on up there, and there should be antennae to go with him. So that like stuck out to me immediately as something that could potentially be fixed. And then the ladybug itself, of which we have been talking this whole time. Ladybugs have slightly clubbed antennae, and these are pretty long and not clubbed. So, on that is a pretty minor thing. And then the other one, which we talked about a little bit earlier, is this grasshoppers have legs for making music. Now, crickets use their wings, but there are other groups that will make noise using their legs. This doesn't say specifically. It says, and I quote, grasshoppers have legs for making music. That doesn't specify that the grasshopper is using its legs to rub up against its other leg to make music. Grasshoppers and Jerusalem crickets and some of these other groups do have the peg and scraper system, like the file and scraper system that crickets do, but they use specialized pegs on their leg and then the file system on the edge of their forewing. So they do still use their leg to make music, but they're not rubbing their legs together to make the music, if that makes sense. So that piece there where it said grasshoppers have legs for making music, I paused to think about that one for a little bit. I was like, I don't know if I would 100% say it like that, but it is true. So overall, factually, this is a very good book. I don't want to talk about the word peg. Yeah. Tortilla also brought this up. They don't mention the fact that the water boatman makes really loud noises with its penis. And I feel like maybe this is too young of a kid's book to do that. But I think it is something that needs to be known. Can I make a tier list? I don't know, Rebecca. I think this one is probably up there so far. At least in terms of like factualness and how they depict everything. I love the art style in this. I really like the construction paper kind of like cut out, piece together everything of this. So I love the art. I love that it is factually accurate, but I think 100% the one that we're going to read at the very end, the one that like I grew up having as my favorite book, is going to clear all of these, and I'm not even going to pretend that it wasn't like that it's not like childhood bias. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't feel great ranking these because they all serve different purposes, right? The ones we're going to move into now are definitely like older kid books, and because of that, I think they can inherently be more factual and more accurate. Just because the kids who are going to be reading them are going to be able to understand more with it. But that's not a ding necessarily on the younger kid books, where it was teaching them about like relative shape and time of day and things like that. They all serve different purposes. I think they're all generally pretty good. Except the little bug who went cuckoo. That one didn't feel like very entomology related, and also I didn't think it was very good. Um, so yeah, a tier list I think would feel weird in this because they fit different categories, and I wouldn't want to fully like super bias everything. Would you consider writing one? I would consider it. Um, yeah, I would. I haven't really thought about it. Um, but yeah, I think I could probably do that. Yeah, Maya's book release. Yeah, we're waiting on that. What age range? I don't know, Vic. I think I would probably gear towards like some of the slightly older. Um, I think traditionally, uh, doing presentations and things like that, I've always been more comfortable with the older kids. Um, just because I don't know what age kids learn things at. I am an only child. I do not have children myself. I've never had siblings growing up or anything like that. So I don't remember when I learned certain things. Like, I can't even really give an example. Um, but I feel like I've always had a hard time bringing entomology concepts down to a certain level that are beyond like, wow, look how big this one is versus look how small this one is, sort of stuff. When I do like little kid presentations, we talk a lot about like the extreme bugs of like the biggest beetle and the tiniest beetle and the wasps and blah 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 and the longest and the heaviest and that sort of thing. Because I inherently I think like length and weight and size and whatever are things that kids do understand. But in terms of the more like in-depth biology things, I think it would definitely need to be geared towards like a slightly older audience if I was ever going to do a book. Um, but yeah, it is something that I would consider. I haven't really considered it, but I could. I don't see why not. I would love Maya's book to come out. That would be great. Alfalfa Fins, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Like bugs making noise with their penis. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Helping little kids just notice things that are the same or different is so important. Yeah. I don't know. I would definitely think about it. It's not something that I've ever really considered going with before, but like, why not? Okay. So this next one is starting to get into the like entomologists wrote these or people with backgrounds in scientists wrote these. So there are not going to be a lot of issues here with the facts. Um, this one and some of the other ones are also a little bit longer. So I don't know that I'm not going to read this entire thing. But this next one is called Unbelievable Bugs by Rev Storm and Jonathan Wokshik. And I got this one because Jonathan, who wrote this, is a friend of a friend. I've never met him in person, but we have known each other online for like probably close to 10 years at this point. And so this I think was like a Patreon backing thing or like a Kickstarter project almost. So this one is a signed copy, which is cool. Maybe the next book stream that we'll do is all of my signed stuff because I have a lot of cool signed stuff. But this one, the art style was what I was really excited about. Jonathan was the illustrator of this one, I believe. Is that right? I think Jonathan was the illustrator. So in the back here, they have a list. I try not to show it off too much. They have like the actual bugs that the drawings are all based off of. But then the art style is just super, super cool. So, Anomalocaris, everyone's favorite prehistoric critter. These are like pre-bugs. But then he goes through dance flies, which will wrap up gifts and give them to females to try to, court with them, down to fairy flies, which are mimerids. They're the smallest insect in the world. So you can see here the dance flies giving the little gift. And then you can see the fairy fly over here, where it is put size reference wise next to like an amoeba. And this is actually true. There are amoebas that are larger than the smallest insect. These wasps are super, super, super tiny. And they're like hyperparasitoids on other things. So they're laying their larvae in parasitic larvae of other things. And so they're super small, and there's a really... Let me see if I can find it. It should be pretty easy. I think I've posted it in the bug cord before. But this is an actual... this is like an actual size reference. Oh. 7 kits, thank you for the follow. So these are all to scale here. Here's the wasp. This is a paramecium, and then here's an amoeba. So basically the things that you look at in biology that you look at because they're super small, there is a whole ass wasp that is smaller than some of those really, really absurdly tiny things. And so that is what this one is depicting here. These next two are ones that we've absolutely talked about on stream before. The ice crawlers, so the ones that have to live in ice or else they die because they need cold temperatures. And then the beaver beetles, the ones we were talking about these just the other day on stream. These little parasitic, eyeless, wingless beetles that live on beavers. So there's the ice crawler, and there's the beaver beetle. Next, jackal flies and lichen weevils. Jackal flies will go into spider webs and feed on the prey item that the spider had collected. So they're like food parasites of spiders. And then the lichen weevil is a species of weevil that has actual lichen growing on the back. So that's what these two are. The art style looks kind of comic-y. Yeah, absolutely it does. The New Zealand batfly is a Nycterobiid, or Streblid, Nycterobiid, I think. That is a wingless fly, right? And that kind of, it's like, what do you call a wingless fly? A walk. But batflies are serving similar functions to like lice and fleas. They're parasitic on bats, but because they get transferred bat to bat while they're roosting, they don't have wings. So batflies are very cool. And then the ant butt beetle, Nymphister, which is a hysterid that will grab onto the petiole, or like the little thin waist of an ant, and make it look like the ant has two abdomens, so it can get around between the colonies. So that's the batfly. And then here's Nymphister, the ant butt beetle. Ant larva mimicking fly and the bolus spider. Flies and butterflies, even some beetles, will live down in ant nests. And so this fly will mimic ant larvae to get fed by the colony. And then the bolus spider is that spider that has that like sticky dewdrop on the end of its web thing there, that it will swing around to try to collect moths and stuff. The really cool thing about the bolus spider is that it's actually an orb weaver. We talked about the orb weaver with the very busy spider, the Eric Carle book at the beginning. How orb weavers generally make those big circular orb webs that you're used to seeing, but the bolus spider is in that family. But rather than making the orb web, it does this little like dangly thing where it'll spin around a glob of glue, basically, to collect moths out of the air. The golden tortoise beetle and the burying beetle. Tortoise beetle, talking about how they use frass shields, or shields of their own poop, to protect themselves. And then the burying beetles, which will co-opt parent after digging a hole to bury some sort of small dead animal for their larvae to feed on. You've got the bee louse, which is actually a type of fly. Also wingless, but it is a parasite on bees. And then also the pelican spider is a spider that has a very, very high set eye stalk, basically, and its jaws are up off the top. That sort of looks like it has a beak. So browlid there, the bee louse, and then the pelican spider. The glowworm, which is a little fly larva that glows and lives in caves in New Zealand. And then pseudoscorpions, which are a different group of arachnids that will tend to hitch rides on other bugs. So cool glowworm thing there. And then the pseudoscorpion grabbing onto, I guess this is a fly leg, to travel around. The tear drinking moth and the pitcher plant fly. So there are moths that, instead of feeding on plant material, they will feed on the tear ducts of birds while the birds are sleeping. And then pitcher plant flies lay their eggs inside of pitcher plants, which is typically a death zone for insects, but these flies specifically make it work. The hummingbird mite and the predatory bagworm. So hummingbird mites are a whole family of mite that lives inside the nasal cavities of hummingbirds, and so that's the only place where they're found. And they get transferred. As you can see here, the mites are leaving the nose of the hummingbird and then will move from bird to bird in the flower. And then the predatory bagworm, we sort of talked about earlier. It's a caterpillar that feeds on other stuff, on like live insects, and will then make a bag out of its corpses. Pretty sick. Tiger beetles, known to run super fast, and barnacles, which are crustaceans, but cool fun facts about all of these. If you said tear-drinking moths were mythological, I'd believe you. Wait till you hear about vampire moths. There are moths that will actually do the same thing and drink blood rather than the tear ducts, though. The gumleaf skeletonizer keeps its old head capsules, so it like stacks up its old heads. And then the marine midge is one of the very few truly marine insects. The sea spider is not a true spider. Pycnogonids, I think, is the family. It's like an arthropod relative, but it's not actually a spider. And then Stenis, the rove beetles, that can walk on water and feed on stuff that's living on the water surface. So sea spiders there, and then the genus Stenis. The balloon water bear, so tardigrades. Everyone knows about tardigrades and how they can survive like such extreme conditions. And then Stylops, Strepsiptera. So tardigrade, we know about these. Strepsiptera, I don't know that we've talked about much. They are pretty closely related to beetles, even though they don't really look like beetles at all. And they're these parasites that live between the abdominal plates of other insects. So this is a female right here, in between like the two abdominal plates of a bee. And then the males have these really crazy antennae and these really crazy eyes, and they will mate, and the mates basically stay inside of the bee or wasp or whatever it is all the time. Wait for 5 minutes. Yeah, you never know when Ophelia would break that out. And then Onychophora, the velvet worms. These are a different group of invertebrate that they have these like glue nozzles that they use to shoot out. So, like I said, this one very factually accurate. We didn't read the whole thing just because it was a little bit longer, but factually accurate, great illustrations, and then the last page here you can see like what the actual what all the actual critters look like. So this right here is the pelican spider. You've probably like not seen before. Neat little thing. So that was Unbelievable Bugs by Rev Storm and Jonathan Wokschik. And that was the first of the like entomologist written books. The next two we will read in full. They're shorter. It's not that bad. I picked this one up in November. So this is Katie the Caddisfly, written by Kathy Stout, who I had the pleasure of meeting at the entomology meeting this past year in in Portland. So I didn't know anything about this really, but Kathy makes jewelry out of caddisfly earrings, or make sure I have caddisfly earrings. Makes jewelry like earrings out of caddisfly cases. So this is another one that I had signed. So another big dubs. Love my signed books. So we shall read this one. Hi, my name is Katie the caddisfly larva, and I have a secret. Come with me on a journey to the water, and I will tell you about the caddisfly superpower. We caddisflies are not as big as butterflies, but we are as dashing as dragonflies or as bright as fireflies. We are the master builders and keepers of clean waterways. My family and I live in streams, rivers, lakes, and wetlands. Our job is to help keep the water clean. But our superpower, we build a case around our body to protect us from hungry critters in the water. Let me start from the beginning. The female caddisfly adult lays an egg mass in the water. When the time is right, we will pop out of the egg mass and swim in the water. We are very small and are tasty meal for those pesky predators, so we have to use our superpower. We build our cases out of leaves, sticks, sand, or rocks. In the stream that I live in, there are lots of dead leaves and sticks in the water that I can start to build my case with. I love cutting out these circles in the leaves and sticking them together around my body. How do I do that? I have silk gland that I use to glue the pieces of leaves together. It is really strong and it will protect me until I get a little bit bigger. After we build our first case, we get really hungry and need to eat. So what do caddisfly larvae eat? This is another one of our superpowers. We eat the dead leaves and debris in the water. The dead leaves will grow algae and other yummy stuff that we really love to eat. And if we didn't eat them, the water could get dirty and other insects and fish could not live here. The leaves for me are just like eating your peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It is full of good nutrients for our body and good for the water. I live in the water for a while and keep building my case bigger as I grow. I will grow several times until I am big enough to build with stronger materials. My family builds with stones. We are stonemasons in the stream. I start to pick up stones and glue them onto the end of my leaf case, and just keep building until I can move right into my new home. This is the final case that I build, and it will keep me camouflaged because it will look just like the bottom of the stream. When the time is right, I will make my house my cocoon. Just like a butterfly builds its cocoon on land, I build a cocoon in the water. I take a very special stone and put it right on top of the opening of my cocoon, and then my body starts to go through metamorphosis. I am changing inside my cocoon, and I get so excited to see what happens next. After a few weeks, I will cut the silk holding onto the last stone that I put on and swim out. I have little wings and new legs, but no protective case to keep me safe, so I have to swim fast up to the surface and get out of the water. I am now on land. I can shed my last skin and I have big, beautiful wings. It is time for me to fly away and find my mate so we can lay more egg masses in the water and have my life cycle continue. Can you spy a caddisfly larva in a stream, river, or lake near you? And that's it. So on the back here, there are some like actual or some better like not quite as cartoony illustrations of the caddisflies. They make these really sick cases out of the stones and rocks and whatever's at the bottom of their body of water. And so if you raise them in a tank after they emerge, you can go and get the cases, and she uses them to make like earrings and stuff like that. Uh, Is Hubert Duprat the guy that puts them in like jewelry? Tortilla? Yep, sure is. I didn't remember his name. But yeah, so this is the other thing that you can do with them. Kathy leaves them in like natural environments, but if you put them in fish tanks where the substrate they're in are these like gold flecks and beads and jewels and whatnot, they will make the cases out of these like precious materials. And so you have these like super like affluent bugs making their homes out of gold and whatnot. And so he does the same thing where you can raise these and then they make the case on their own. So they make the suggestion of like what material and what piece they're going to incorporate. So like this one has this little like belt of pearls and some stuff up here. They make this all on their own. He just provides them with the material. And so then when they emerge, he now has this like very well held together glued piece of cool gold jewelry that was made essentially by an insect. He calls it a collaboration, which I really like. Unusual artistic collaboration between French artist Hubert Duprat and a group of caddisfly larvae. So this is always very cool and definitely kind of like the thing that people always talk about with raising caddisfly larvae. But the stuff that Kathy makes is gorgeous because they're little stones and rocks and like it's very cool and very natural. This is very unnatural, but like super bougie if you are so inclined into these things. Okay. Now, moving on to one of my favorites. And you'll see why in just a second. This is Bombo's Big Question. And so Bombo is a bombardier beetle, which is a ground beetle, which is the group that I work on. This was put out before I really started working on this group. And so it was a big collaboration between like a lot of ground beetle workers, and they have this really cool like biography of a lot of the different ground beetle people in the US in the back. But this was really before I started. But I bought it, and I have since gone to the collections where both the author and the illustrator work. So this is another one where got it signed by Kip, and then Ainsley did the big one over here. So this is really cool. I like this a lot. Obviously, it's a ground beetle book, but it is also a response to a book that came out in like the 60s. Is this the same one? 1984? This is the one. Bombi the Bombardier Beetle. Hazel Rue. Okay, so it is this one. There is a book called Bombi the Bombardier Beetle that was published sometime in the 80s. And it was it is a very creationist story. They use this beetle to like try to disprove evolution and talk about the reasoning, like why evolution is not real and why, God created everything. I am personally not religious. I, in general, do not have problems with people practicing their religions as long as it does not impose on other people's ways of lives and things like that. But this was a children's book in the 80s targeted towards, like, very specifically disproving evolution. Not a great start. Not a huge fan of that. So that was Bombi the Bombardier Beetle. And so now we have Bombo's big question. And as you'll see, this one talks about, like, the evolutionary history of bombardier beetles. So it was like a direct response to this thing, but it's like a direct response to this book that was decades and decades and decades later. So, evidence-based beef, yeah. So, in a woodland along a beautiful stream lived a bombardier beetle named Bombo. Bombo was young and full of wonder and curiosity. She was very eager to explore her world. Just as she set out to explore, she was attacked. Alas, poor Bombo. A hungry frog wanted to make Bombo his snack, but, without thinking, Bombo fought back. With a loud pop, a stream of boiling hot fluid hit the frog square in the face. The hot, foul-tasting blast startled and distracted the frog, and Bombo was able to escape. Once she was a safe distance away, Bombo paused to wonder about this mysterious weapon that had saved her from being eaten by the frog. It was then that she realized that she was the weapon. She had the ability to defend herself with a chemical blast from her own body. But how? Where did this ability come from? Bombo was once again filled with curiosity and wonder. The next night, Bombo set out to find answers to these questions about her stunning defensive ability. But she first came upon a dandy Clenius beetle, glimmering metallic in the moonlight, and asked him, "Hello, Clenius. Can you tell me how it came to be that I can spray a hot chemical blast at my enemies?" Clenius groomed his antenna thoughtfully and said, "I don't know, but I too can spray chemicals, as do many of our kin. Though clearly I smell the best, there's so much variation. Some of our cousins have chemicals that make ants go crazy. Others can turn toads. We're all a little bit alike with our chemicals, but also a little different." With that, Clenius scuttled under a rock. Bombo kept walking, and along the way she met a firefly with her bum all aglow. Bombo asked, "Excuse me, Firefly, you seem very bright. Can you tell me how it came to be that I spray a hot chemical blast at my enemies?" But the Firefly dismissed Bombo's question, and she seemed annoyed by her curiosity. "Shh," said female Photurus Firefly. "Can't you see by my flashing light that I'm hunting other fireflies to eat? You're interrupting my dinner. Anyways, I'm sure you just inherited the ability to spray chemicals from your ancestors, just like I inherited my light." The next evening, Bombo saw a fuzzy marsh rat with a long, graceful tail that helped it to balance as it moved. She asked the rat, "Hello, rat. You are a clever mammal. Can you tell me how it came to be that I can spray a hot chemical blast at my enemies?" The marsh rat squeaked proudly, "Sometimes things are just the way that they are. You need not be so curious nor ask so many questions. You only need to believe you are the way you were made to be." But Bombo was a smart, curious beetle, and she did not think that sounded like a good answer at all. On the third night, Bombo was feeling a little discouraged. Would she ever get an answer to her big question, or would she have to wonder forever about how she got her amazing ability? She had some clues from Clenius Beetle and Photurus Firefly, but something was missing. Just as Bombo was about to give up on her quest, she was suddenly lifted in the air by an enormous hand. At first, Bombo was scared and was just about to blast her defensive chemical spray. But when it was clear she wasn't going to be eaten, Bombo took a deep breath and asked the giant her big question. I have to know. Can you tell me how it came to be that I can spray hot chemical blast at my enemies so I can escape from them? I learned from Clenius that there are variations among different beetles, and that some chemicals work better on different kinds of enemies. And Photurus Firefly suggested that I inherited this power from my ancestors. But how do these things all fit together? Bombo was in luck. The giant was really an entomologist, a person who studies insects. I can tell you how they all fit, the entomologist replied. You have the most important parts of the story already: inheritance, variation, and selection. These make you a marvel of evolution. Inside your abdomen, you have special glands that hold the ingredients for your chemical spray. When you feel threatened, those ingredients get squeezed into a chamber, mixed together with the other chemicals that start an explosive reaction, and pop! Out they go, squirting right onto whoever is threatening you. Wow! Bombo exclaimed. That's amazing. How did evolution give me this superpower? Well, the entomologist replied, you can thank natural selection and inheritance from your ancestors for your superpower. Just like you, they needed to defend themselves against frogs, ants, and other pesky predators. Over many generations, the genes for different kinds of chemicals were passed down through different branches of the beetle family tree. Now that you have thousands of cousins out there who make similar chemicals for the same reasons, some spray hot blasts like yours, some produce cooler ones, but it all helps to repel predators. Bomba was amazed and filled with wonder. She had one more question for the entomologist. But how did you learn about my ancestors if they're, well, my ancestors? Are you millions of years old? The entomologist smiled kindly and replied, I may be older than you, but not that old. However, the Earth is a great deal older than we are, and it keeps records of much of what has happened. Some of these records are in the fossils of your ancestors. We also find evidence by looking at clues in the bodies of your many cousins and the genetic information in their cells. We can see how you and your beetle cousins share similarities, including defensive chemical superpowers. Bombo thanked the entomologist as she waved goodbye, and was very happy she had met her. She had all these wonderful thoughts about her place on Earth and knowledge that satisfied some of her curiosity. Most of all, she had the powerful explanation that evolution offered for her fantastic abilities. Bombo found a good answer to her big question. Wow. So there's another like 5 pages, 10 pages almost of other information that's in here. So there's a like a pronunciation guide for all the different beetle genera that they talk about in here. They talk about the chemicals of like what a beetle is. They talk about the different chemicals in different beetle groups. They talk about genes and cells, the chemicals and chemical diversity, and then how to ask like what your big questions are. So, I think this one's really good. Obviously, like knowing the background of the beef with Bombi and making the authors of the previous version the rat, the rat who was like, "Oh yeah, that's just how things are sometimes." I think is really funny. So even without that, you just get the context of like, oh, some mammals aren't as curious as the bugs are or whatever. But knowing the reasoning behind the beef is very funny. Um, this is written by one of like the guys who I look up to and that I learned a lot from when I was starting in entomology. So all of everything in here is very accurate. The illustrations are all spot on. So this is definitely a good one. I do think with just like some of the chemicals and names and stuff that they use in here, this is like uh an older kids book, but I simply of course got it because it's a ground beetle book and you don't find much ground beetle representation generally. Um so big ups on this one. I'm glad some of you are interested in this and ordering this one. I think it's a really good one, and it does support the ground beetle community. There is a note in the back here that says, "We plan to write the next chapter in Bombo's story, and we want you, young scientists, to stay full of wonder and curiosity, so that you can finally can find really good answers to your big questions." I'm plugged in now. If they do decide to make a Bombo Chapter 2, I would very likely be involved with it, which I think would be super fun. This came out in early 2018, so I had like basically just started my master's at that point. And I actually went and met Kip, the guy who wrote this, during my master's because he's, as it suggests, a ground beetle guy, and so he works on the tribe Pterostachini, and that's a group that I was having trouble with at the time. And so I got an award from the Entomological Society to go and spend a week at some museums in California. And so I spent a lot of the time at the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco, but then went up to UC Berkeley, where Kip is, and I took this book. So I got to meet him. We had like actual ground beetle discussions. He helped me set up with what I needed. And then I was like, oh, hey, by the way, could you sign this for me? John, thank you. 5 months. Thank you, thank you. Bugs are good. Bugs are great. Best time to look at bugs is after 8. It certainly is after 8. All right. This next set. This is a set. These are for even older children. These are like very beginner chapter books. So they've got big text, but they are considerably longer than the other ones. Each about 75, 80 pages. And they're called Savannah Spider Super Scientist. And the first one is Savannah Spider Super Scientist Goes to School. Then Savannah Spider Super Scientist and the Science Fair Mystery. And then Savannah Spider Super Scientist and The Summer the Bees Stopped Buzzing. So these ones I really like. They're sort of like I would gauge them in like the same level of like a Captain Underpants book sort of thing in terms of complexity, but obviously a lot less silly. Um these were written by a friend of mine. Dustin Wilgers is a PhD arachnologist. He works on spiders. And I met him during my master's when I was in Kansas. He's the guy that introduced me to the idea of spider sniffing. We've talked about this in chat chats before, but when you get the flashlight like right at your nose or a little bit above and the eyes reflect back at you so you can like go track down spiders, I learned that from night events with Dustin. So these ones are very cool. I obviously very big on supporting my friends doing things, but these are very good. The illustrations are accurate to some point, but like cartoony enough. I don't know. Don't read this if you're gonna get spoiled, but like, you know, the illustrations are children's book for sure. But they're good. These are a little bit longer. There's like some actual in-depth plot here because they are chapter books. But it also talks about growing up and adolescence and things like that. Dustin has some kids, and so like Savannah Spider Super Scientist goes to school, talks about that sort of like adolescent growing up process. And then the science fair is another one, like a classic kids book trope or whatever. So I really like these. I we don't have time and it would take a while to like actually go through these and read them, but if you have kids that are a little bit older, I definitely recommend these. Not only again like supporting people that I know and supporting my friends and whatnot, but they are good. These ones, obviously, also I have, because I know them, personal signed copies. I've got all three of them done. Yeah, she does go to Arthur O. Pod Elementary School. Yes. So I really like these. These, again, sort of fit into a different level than the rest of the books. So, again, like, tier listing them I don't think would make a lot of sense. These are definitely, like, the older kids' books, and reading them on their own, maybe, because they are, like, shorter but still very digestible chapter books. They talk about cool arthropod diversity. I know she has, like, a teacher or a friend that's a vinegaroon or something in one of these, and I always think that's neat. So yeah, I definitely like these. I think he has a new one coming out maybe later this year or next year, at least planning to at least. So love these. Check these out if you can. And then there was one. And then there was one. I'm glad that there was one because it is 10:30 and I need to go to bed. But not before we finish the last book. This is just called Bugs. This is Bugs by David T. Greenberg and illustrated by Lynn Munsinger. This is a book that I had when I was a kid. This is not my original copy. I leave my original copy on the shelf because it's special. But I was cleaning my room a few years ago, and I came across the book, and I was like, wow, I haven't thought about this book in like literal years, decades, a long time of my life. And I looked at it and I read it again and I was like, damn, that was a good book. I liked it a lot when I was a kid. And when I was growing up, bugs were fine. I was a little bit afraid of I wouldn't say a little bit. I was a lot afraid of spiders growing up. But I wasn't like a bug kid per se, like not super, super into it. I only found entomology in college. So it started for me like a lot later. And so I don't know if there was like some sort of Inception event where I was like, oh yeah, like my favorite book as a kid, you're going to be an entomologist when you grow up, sort of thing. I have no idea if it was like that. But I always really liked the illustrations in this. I thought it was kind of funny. It's like, it's a little bit like the gross out factor that you would expect from a book for like young boys. But I like the illustrations a lot. I always enjoyed it. So, in 2018, I brought the book back from my house and I kept it on my bookshelf at work, at the lab. And I was like, I bet these people are still alive. I'm going to see if I can get them to try to sign this. And so I found the author's email. I emailed him and I was like, hey, I loved your book as a kid. I don't know if it like really influenced me a whole lot or what, but I have a copy. I would really, really, appreciate if you would sign this. So I have the author signature, eminent bugologist, Bugfully, David Greenberg, which is super cool. I have been trying for years, since 2018, to get in contact with the illustrator of this book. I've reached out to her publicist. I've reached out to both of her agents. I've tried like directly. I can't get her. Maybe she doesn't want to do it. Maybe my stuff isn't getting to her. I don't know, but I've never been able to reach Lynn Munsinger. But it would be really cool if I could get them both signed on the same copy. We talked about this the other day on stream, and I think the impetus for like why I decided to do this stream this week. But when I was doing PhD interviews, I was applying at a school in New Zealand. And I had a nightmare the night before my interview, or I guess like the morning of my interview, that because it was in New Zealand, I wouldn't be able to bring all of my bookshelf. And I got a lot of books, chat, like so many books. And so I had this nightmare where the advisor that I was working with, it's just called Bugs, Femto. I had this dream that the advisor that I was going to be working with asked me, like, what 3 books would you bring with you if you had to, like, leave everything else and move to New Zealand? And so I went into the lab at, like, 4:30, 5 in the morning, and I just sat there and I stared at my bookshelf for hours, making the decisions of, like, if I had to move to New Zealand, I could only bring 3 books. Which ones would they be? And this was one of them. This was one that, like, it wouldn't help me academically. This wouldn't be, like, a great reference book for me to use throughout a PhD if I was doing it over in New Zealand. This is just, like, a tie to home, It meant a lot to me as a kid, and, like, the signed copy now, and talking with Mr. Greenberg about this, like, it's really nice. This was a really sweet thing that he was able to sign it for me, and this copy means a lot. So, this will be the last thing for the evening. This is going to be the final book for the day. Some of you might not like it as much as some of the other ones that we have done, but This was my favorite as a kid, so will always be special. Beetles, bedbugs, bottle flies, tarantulas the size of pies, with lots and lots and lots of eyes staring at you, bugs. A million maggots in a vase, lice as thick as mayonnaise. A horsefly that's so huge it neighs, glaring at you, bugs. Yup, loathe them or adore bugs. There's no way to ignore bugs. So even if you hate them, why not investigate them? Now you may have had a hunch. If you bite bugs, they will crunch. This is true, but stay alert. The fat ones sometimes squirt. Perhaps your intuition about those spit bugs you've been squishing is they're useless, that ain't true. They're great to barbecue. But bugs have far more uses than for barbecues or juices. They can do such nifty tricks with tsetse flies to ticks. Oh, smoke ad. We'll wait. Are we back? Let me know, Bird. Saved. Back. Okay, sick. Yeah, you're good. Perhaps your intuition about those spit bugs you've been squishing is they're useless, that ain't true. They're great to barbecue. But bugs have far more uses than for barbecues or juices. You can do such nifty tricks with tsetse flies to ticks. So I just reread that one because I don't know when the ads started. So grab a garden spider, saddle her, and ride her. Yippee-yi-yay, yippee-yi-yo, roper at the rodeo. Rare beyond compare is caterpillar hair. Take a tweezers, yank it, weave yourself a blanket. Or you know what's even better, a caterpillar sweater. There's a microscopic udder that you'll find on female fleas. You can milk them and make butter, or the most delicious cheese. Teach your centipede to fetch, teach her to play dead, teach her to go potty in your mom and daddy's bed. A scorpion in a string bikini, a tick wearing only a hat, a tuxedo on a teeny weeny, itsy bitsy gnat. Try millipedes for dental floss, feel them scrape away the moss, drop one down your sister's pants, watch her do the boogie dance. incandescent fireflies, dragonflies, and bees. String them all together to light up Christmas trees. Wrapped in a cast from head to toe, your brother cannot scratch. Drop termite larvae down the crack, he'll love it when they hatch. The flavor of a cricket is so sweet that you can lick it. It's actually far sweeter than the flavor of a skeeter. A bracelet made of butterflies, a beetle for a brooch, an earwig for a nose ring, in your navel, put a roach. Use spider webs for tissues, they're perfect trampolines, roll them into balls, and they taste like jelly beans. Strap a giant water bug underneath each toe. You can use them just like jet skis to walk on H2O. Praying mantis pizza is a culinary must, with lots of extra maggots and daddy longleg crust. The pupae of boll weevils make bodacious curly wigs. For phenomenal fake whiskers, love those whirligigs. Stink bugs, squish 'em in your fist, drop 'em in the pepper mill, and give the crank a twist. Oh, touching a bug is so yucky to some that the thought of it makes them sweat. But bugs are truly fond of us. They'd like you as their pet. They'll train you to fetch sticks, to sit, roll over, play dead. They'll walk you on a leash. If you're good, they'll scratch your head. You'll sleep at the foot of their bed, cuddle in their laps, lick them when you're happy, nibble up their scraps. And then one day they'll polish you lovingly with wax, attach you to a wall with bubblegum and tacks. How lucky can you get, for that's where you shall stay, in their human being collection on permanent display. And that's it. I saw a lot of huhs and ums and giggles and whatnot through there. I told you, it was certainly not the most factual book. It was definitely in that like range of like, oh, this is gross and edgy for young boys, whatever. Um, but that was me at the time. I was a young boy, so obviously I fit right into the demographic. Um, there's a lot of eating bugs in there. They talked about that a lot. um, it gets a little weird, and I the illustrations are really what do it for me in this one. Um, Let's see. Wait, where is it? Where's the bikini? Where's the hot scorpion? So the books here, that's Bee's Knees Weekly, and this one is Vogue, like bug, or like Vogue, I guess. So the illustrations in this are really what do it for me. They're not always the most accurate. For instance, this one says millipedes for dental floss. That is almost certainly a centipede because there's only one pair of legs per body segment. But again, I'm not really here to roast the correctness of a property that I liked when I was 7. But yeah, so that's my favorite bug book. Please tell me you told interview committees this made you want to be an entomologist. Apron, I didn't. Having that like nightmare interview or that nightmare thing where they asked me which book I would pick, that was before that I switched all of my social medias to entomology. So it was before that. And I also don't know. I don't really think it did. Like I said, I wasn't a bug kid specifically growing up. I liked them enough. But it wasn't like a super focused thing. It was just something that I really liked as a kid, and maybe it like in the back of my mind kind of inceptioned me to get into entomology, but I don't know that it was necessarily a catalyst. I think it's just a fun thing to like look back on now where it's like, oh yeah, that's a funny coincidence. The entomology branding, I think, started in like 2019, maybe 2020. I had a different screen name on like everything before that. But now we're consistent, and we're also like really deep into entomology, so it's kind of hard to back out of it now. Not that I would want to. I've never had second thoughts about it. But definitely was not the forefront of my mind when I was like starting to make screen names and stuff like that. But I have been able to get it on pretty much every platform, except for Blue Sky. Some fucker on Blue Sky has the name, and they've only got like 10 followers, and it's not me. So that one's annoying that I'm not able to get that. But otherwise, I've been pretty successful at getting entomology on other platforms. But yeah, it just fits so well with, you know, what I do and what most of my content and stuff that I post about. So yeah, we've made the full conversion to entomology now. That's just who I am, how I exist on social media places. PhD committee, this would be thrilling to know that you read the book as a child. Yeah, gotta explain the lice as thick as mayonnaise to my grad committee. But that was really fun. I'm glad so many of you have stuck around through that. That was a way longer stream than I thought it was going to be. We're going on like almost 4.5 hours. I thought it would be a little bit quicker, but I guess we did stop and read a lot, and we had a lot of discussion in between everything. So, Wild Child, I'm glad that you were here for it because you did specifically ask for this. So I'm glad you were able to get here, and I'm glad so many of the rest of you have like had experiences with a lot of these books. Some of them that you guys knew were things that I had never heard of, like the other Eric Carle books and stuff like that. So that was fun. I always like to see, you know, what other people enjoyed as well. So I'm glad this went over well. I'm glad it was fun. I do bug songs / nursery rhymes. Yes, we could do that. We have a bug song, the Casper Baby Pants songs about the bug ones. Yeah, Cater Lenny, we could definitely do that. If you do the Discord command, there is a channel in the Discord for a bug-related playlist. Tortilla assembled them all for me, and I just haven't moved them into the playlist yet. But we will be doing an all-bug playlist at some point. Lyndon, I don't know if she's still here. There was a song that she sent me that was just like so ungodly specific. It's called Crucifix Ground Beetle, which sounds like way more metal than it is. The Crucifix Ground Beetle is a European species called Panageus crux major. And I was listening to this song, and they, like, in the song, they go, Panageus, and I was like, wow, they, like, really know their shit about this. And it turns out to be a retelling of this, like, really famous story about Charles Darwin, where he had two beetles in his hands, and then a third one showed up. And he didn't know what to do with everything, so he picked up the third one and then put it in his mouth. But Panageus, like the bombardier beetles, have an explosive chemical defense. And so Darwin put this beetle in his mouth, it exploded, and he ended up dropping all three of his beetles. I got to use the mouth story in Family Jackbox Time the other day. Sick. But yeah, so there's a song specifically about this beetle, and specifically about the time that Charles Darwin dropped them because he put a beetle in his mouth. And it's named after a specific species of ground beetle. And I was super chuffed that Lyndon sent that to me. I thought it was very cute. I liked it a lot. But the band, is it just called Beatlemania, I think? That whole album was about, like, British nature stuff. They had a song called the Natterjack Toad, which I didn't know was a thing, except that I bought a bottle of whiskey a couple of months ago that was called Natterjack because there was a toad on the front of it. So it was really interesting to, like, hear their playings of these things. And the first song on the album is about, like, some sort of mining bee. So definitely some good entomology, definitely some good entomology songs on there. But yeah, I couldn't believe that there was, like, a very specific ground beetle song, let alone specifically about the time. Sea Aster Mining Bee. Yeah. Yeah, right, Femto. Wild Child, 6 months in advance. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, 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 wow. Miss Spider's Tea Party. What? Hold on. You guys are saying things that I'm opening in different tabs. Did you watch Miss Spider's Sunny Patch Friends when you were young? Miss Spider's Picnic video game. I have to look it up. Miss Spider's Tea Party was a book first by the CD-ROM. Oh, interesting how to watch the series. I will put this. Oh, I have seen that. Yes, I have seen that one. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah. I guess we're gonna wrap it up there. It's the CGI in that show is something. It's very like that mid to early 2000s kind of like Uncanny Valley weird animation, but it's good. Yeah, Apron on. Thanks for stopping in. I think this was your first stream, so welcome to hang out whenever you want. But for now, I am going to wrap it up there so I can get to bed. But thanks for hanging out, everyone. That was fun. We went through a lot of stuff. Hopefully, I've introduced you to some new fun children's books if you are interested in that sort of thing. Sanctuary. For sure, in the future, you hooked me. Well, we do a lot of other bug-related stuff on this stream. We've got cool specimens and stuff to look at various points. So hopefully see you around. But for now, good night, everyone. I'm going to send y'all back to Alveus. Check that out. See how the animals are doing. And I'll see you next time. Bye, everybody. Have a nice night.